I'm going to call this May board meeting to order. Before I start, I just want to read this. In accordance with New Hanover County Schools Board Policy 5020D and North Carolina General Statute 143-318.17, the board promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct. Positive communication is encouraged, while disruptive behavior will not be tolerated. Disruptive attendees may be asked to leave and, if necessary, escorted out by law enforcement. Ms. Bowie, will you call the roll, please?
Good afternoon. Melissa Mason.
Here.
Josie Barnhart.
Here.
Pat Bradford.
I am here.
Judy Justice.
Here.
Dr. Tim Merrick.
Present.
David Perry.
Here.
And Pete Wildebohr.
Present.
All right. I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Make a motion to approve the agenda, Madam Chair.
All right. Any discussion? Ms. Justice?
Yes, I would like to add, under information, a discussion on the removal of the book stamped from a classroom 18 months ago that was, at the time, told that there would be an alternative chosen for students in order for the book to be brought back to the classroom. You'd think it'd be in a timely manner, but it's been 18 months, so I would like to, at least for information's sake, since there are a lot of people here that are very concerned about what's been going on in the classrooms, especially teachers, to have that added to the agenda.
Okay. Is there a did we get a second for that?
Second.
Okay. Did any further discussion on that? Dr. Merrick?
Yeah. According to Policy 2330, any two board members who agree that a certain item should be added to the agenda must contact the chairperson or vice chairperson to have that item added, and that item will be added to an agenda within the next two board meetings. That's point number one. Point number two, at our agenda review meeting, the chair announced that she had moved the discussion about the book stamped to curriculum committee. Nothing in our policies confers the power to the board chair to unilaterally make that decision. The board needs to be in session, and then a motion, a second, and a majority vote must occur. And even if that had occurred, which it didn't, it doesn't abrogate the responsibility of the board to hear any motion and second to place an item on the agenda. Thank you.
Any further? Ms. Justice?
Okay, I already brought up the fact it's been 18 months, and there's an awful lot of people in the audience that are concerned about the fact that this whole situation is being ignored or passed down and expected to disappear, which it won't. So just in order to make it understandable and for the public to be able to see that we are doing something, but I would like for us to be able to talk about this and get more information. I know that our curriculum person is here who has been tasked with coming up with the alternative, which, by the way, is something I had no idea, as Dr. Merrick had brought up. I had no idea that was the process when I put it on the agenda. It wasn't until after it had passed already, the request for the agenda, passed one cycle before, this is a discussion, before it happened. So I think just the fact that it's not going with policy, we could at least explain to the public why it's not. I would like an explanation as to why we're not following policy.
Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Per our agenda review, this was brought up by a board vote to have it go through the curriculum committee because we want a collaborative process with our staff. I believe it's the correct justification, and I do not support this motion at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Perry?
I voted at that agenda review meeting to put it on the agenda just because the current policy states that it should be. However, I believe that I am in agreement with the chair that the curriculum committee is the best place for this to start. I would ask Ms. Justice how long she's looking for information for this agenda item.
That's a very good question. I guess we're getting informed now. I would say by the first meeting. This is another thing. The curriculum committee hadn't even met forever, and I was surprised that that was the route we were going. But it is supposed to meet soon, and as soon as they meet, then they could put it to the board, possibly this summer, as soon as possible.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Bradford?
I would point out that in July of last year, we had a superintendent change. and we had the resignation of our chief academic officer, and this just fell through the cracks at that point with no action. I believe, it was not a banned book. It was just taking it out of one classroom until something else could be added to the classroom's agenda, and the world has changed a lot since then, and I just don't know that we need to spend any of tonight's time, so I will vote no.
And Dr. Merrick, if you could close us out.
I agree that this is not probably where we need to spend all our time. I'll agree with my colleague. And I also don't think it would take very long to find a book with an alternative viewpoint. I also need to state that if you go back and you look at all the books that were part of that AP class curriculum, there were many who slanted left and many who slanted right. There was alternative viewpoints in that book list. So to take one book out of context and say this one needs an alternative begs the fact that now we're going to have to go back and look at all the other books and get alternatives to all the other books. I don't think this is what we should be doing. We should let our teachers teach. We should trust them. We hired them. They are educated. Let teachers teach and let students learn.
Ms. Bowie, will you call the roll? This is a motion to amend the agenda to add discussion of stamped under information.
Mr. Perry?
Nay.
Ms. Justice?
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart?
No.
Ms. Mason?
No.
Mr. Wildebohr?
No.
Dr. Merrick?
Yes, please.
And Ms. Bradford?
No.
All right, that motion fails 2-5. The original motion is to approve the agenda. Ms. Bowie, will you call the roll for that too, please?
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Dr. Merrick?
Didn't hear.
Motion to approve the agenda.
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes?
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Justice?
Yes.
And Mr. Perry?
Yes.
All right, that passes 7-0. Continuing on, we will have the invocation given by Tom Hauser, Senior Pastor of Global River Church. Then we will have the presentation of colors by Laney High School AFJROTC under the direction of Colonel Amy Russo and Master Sergeant Bruce C. and Principal Danny Little. And then the national anthem will be sung by Sutton Page Whitlock from Coddington Elementary. But we will start with the invocation.
Good evening, and thank you for the invitation to do the invocation. In fact, an invocation is an appeal to invoke the assistance of a higher power. So I want to invoke the higher power of Almighty God tonight to assist this board, and we honor you and thank you for your service. In fact, Jesus said in Matthew 18:18, if two of his followers would agree on earth, whatever you bind on earth would be bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on earth would be loosed in heaven. So in the name of Jesus, we want to bind violence in our schools, any lies, deceptions, intimidation, chaos, dishonor, manipulation, mocking spirits, violence, curses, any perversions, and we loose in its place truth, honor, respect, and peace, and that the Word of God would lead this honorable board to be able to lead our children in this county that you've been selected to do, and we thank you for that. In fact, the prophet Jeremiah said, call to me and I will answer you, and I will show you great and mighty things that you did not know. I would encourage the board to call to Almighty God to assist. Prophet Ezekiel, in fact, goes on in 22:30. He said, he looked for someone who would rebuild the wall of righteousness that guards the land. In fact, he searches for those who stand in the gap and who will be the rebuilders of this righteous wall. These are the gap standers. You are the board selected to protect our children, and we thank you for that. Hebrews 4:12 says that the Word of God is alive, it's active, and it's sharp, and it's able to cut between soul and spirit, and actually reveals everything through the discerning of what's going on. The Apostle Paul in 2 Timothy 3:16 says, all Scripture is inspired by God. Not was, but is inspired, and it's good for correction, doctrine, and it will teach you and equip you for all the good work that you've been selected to do. Paul goes on to say that God will not be mocked. If you mock God, you will so and reap what you have sown. Finally, the Apostle Paul told us to his spiritual son Timothy in 1 Timothy 4, verses 1 and 2, the Holy Spirit tells us clearly and expressly that in the last days, some will turn away from the true faith. That's sad because that means they were once there. They will follow deceptive spirits and teachings from demons. These people are hypocrites, liars, and their consciences are dead. The Lord says that He is the same yesterday, today, and forever. So, Lord, I pray now an honor and a blessing upon this board as they lead our county, and their families would be protected and covered. And I thank you all in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen. Thank you.
Other guard. Hold. Left. Ace. Present. Others.
Go stand with your buddy.
And sing together.
Do that note again.
Doing the pledge. Dr. Merrick, doing the pledge.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Others.
many people here. You were so brave. So we're very proud of you, okay? All right, can you just tell everybody your name?
My name is Sutton Page, and I'm a 4th grade student at Coddington Elementary.
Well, thank you for being here.
I just want to add one thing for Sutton. Is your mom here too? Your folks here? Come on up. Yeah, come on. I want to tell you something. First off, I want to say I don't know if you were on the microphone enough when Ms. Mason said that, but you just did one of the hardest things I've ever seen anybody do. And this is what bravery looks like. You're going to be an amazing adult. Okay, give her a round. But, I'm sorry, everybody. I know something you don't know. Sutton Page Whitlock has been nominated for the National Chorus in Chicago, Illinois. Did you already go, or are you going this summer? You already went? She sings in Chicago, people. That is what this school system is about. Congratulations. Good job. Thank you. Here you go. Here you go.
And here you go.
Hello. Is it on? Is it on? Is it on? Yes. Hello, my name is Logan Reese. I am a senior at Laney High School. Thank you guys all for being here.
Hello, my name is Dylan George. I'm a junior at Laney High School. Thank you guys.
Hello, my name is Roland Marks. I'm a junior at Laney High School. Thank you for being here.
Hi, my name is Lillian Gilb, and I'm a senior at Laney High School.
Hello, I am Ezra Morello, and I am a junior at Laney High School. Thank you.
All right. I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes 7-0. Continuing on to recognitions, and we have a bunch. So take it away, Miss Baggy.
Wonderful day to celebrate our staff and our students, and I appreciate the opportunity to do so. So first, we're going to start with our Board of Education Student Scholarships for Future Teachers. We would like to welcome up Claire Casey, Kara Torrett, and Sophia Turner, who have just been awarded and signed the paperwork to receive a $28,000 scholarship so that they can become teachers. Woo! Well, they enjoyed a few festivities prior to this afternoon, so we did get some photos, so we'll be celebrating them online, so make sure to follow us. All right, next, we are going to talk about leading through conversations. We had a few people attend a trip to Raleigh to speak with legislators throughout our state. I would like to welcome up a few of those members who were able to be here with us tonight. First of all, I'll highlight the fact that we had Anais Tyson and Houston Sutton from Hoggard High School, and they're going to come up and speak to you. Come on down, come on. And I'm just going to give you the names of everybody that was here or that attended the event, and they're going to talk. I'm going to stop talking. Yep, so you're going to come over here. You're going to get this microphone. You're going to get this one just as soon as I'm done. All right, and then we also had Isaiah Newkirk, Olivia Sanders, Francesca Pike from New Hanover High School. And then we had Ashton Gainey, Brennan McRedmond, Kevin Hole, and Piper Mendenhall from Ashley High School. Unfortunately, they're not able to be here because they're practicing for an event tomorrow night because they're going to be celebrating with us again. So we're looking forward to that. We also have with us Hannah Moon from Laney High School and 2025 Boroughs Welcome Fund Southeast Region Teacher of the Year. As well as Kim Clark, our very own Trask principal. And now I'll stop talking.
Hello. The trip was very wonderful. I learned a lot about the legislative branch in Raleigh. It was a very good time, and I'm glad I was available with the opportunity to go and visit there on the trip. Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Come and see us at Hanover High School in the Unify room. It was very fun. So thank you for the opportunity.
Tell them what you're playing this next year.
I'm going to NC State University. I'm going to do agriculture business there. So yeah, that's the plan.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for sending us on that trip. It was really fantastic. It was eye-opening for even someone like me who's never got to walk the state Senate floor and things like that. Speaking with our elected officials really made me realize that we must elect people who are going to support public education. It is vital that we have the money and the support that we need. The allotment figures we know are very antiquated at this point, and it is very essential that we get the people that we need in our high school. So it was very eye-opening, so fun to be there with the kids. They were just a pleasure to be around. So thanks to everybody for doing this trip for us. It was very, very beneficial. Thank you.
I think those two said everything. The only thing that I would add was the beauty and the magic in students, administrators, senior administration, community members and board members going up together with a collective voice. There's a lot of power when people come together to advocate for what we believe is needed in order to continue to celebrate the wonderful school system that we have. So it was an incredible opportunity to see these students also showcase all that they've done from pre-K all the way to high school, and I can't wait to see where all these students go in their future.
All right. Next, we have our Best Foot Forward Artist winners. So we're going to have a video slideshow in the background, or a slideshow in the background. What I am going to ask is that our board members stand and come to the front. We're going to have each of our winners come up and take pictures with their artwork in the front as I call their name. And their artwork will be displayed on the screens for everyone to see. Sorry about that. All right, so first, there it is. All right, first we're going to talk with Miss Haley Law. She's 6th grade, Noble Middle School. Her teacher, Margaret Cooley, and Dr. Anita Brown, principal. Come on up. Woohoo! Thank you. Okay. All right. So next we have Miley Bennett Mavis, 2nd grade from Carolina Beach Elementary School, joining us. Art teacher Melanie Connor and Jennifer Angel, principal. And for those of you who are wondering, all of the information is on the slides. This is also on the agenda, so you can see everything that happened and how it worked out. And if you have any questions, we're happy to answer those. Awesome. Thank you. All right, next we have Peyton Nisbet, 5th grade, Porter's Neck Elementary. From Liza Sanders, teacher, and Mr. Paul Slovic, principal. Up, up, and away, everybody. Scooch. Woo-hoo! Oh, thank you. And next, we have Sarah Peppard, 11th grade from Hoggard High School. Her teachers, Shannon Gann and Christopher Madden, principal. All right. And next we have Javier pardon me for this, Afanador, first grade, international school at Gregory Elementary. Holy crap. Yes. James McDonough, teacher, and Hilda De Leon, principal. Woo! Thank you. All right. Next, we have Clara Kruger, 10th grade from Ashley High School. Holy cow. Just, sorry, caught that on mic. Yep, Shannon Kerrigan, teacher, and Mr. Michael Perez for principal. That's amazing. It really is. Oh. Thank you. Thank you. All right, next we have Taylor Dominguez Martinez, 4th grade from Wrightsboro Elementary School. Good job. All right, Stephanie Mueller for the teacher and Miss Michelle Faison, principal. Woo! And next we have Greta Kohler from kindergarten, Ogden Elementary. Peter Gloss, teacher, and Sarah Buchanan, principal. Come on, Dan. Excellent, Greta. You got it, Greta. I love my job. Okay. Next, we have Ivy Stapley, 7th grade from Trask Middle School. Deborah Pratt, teacher, and Kim Clark, principal. Nicely done. Thank you. Okay, next we have Lila Winninger from 8th grade, Roland Grice Middle School. Jennifer Capps, teacher, and Lauren Nalepa, principal. Turn around, let's see that. Woohoo! For those of you who don't get to see these up close, they will be in our board facility later, and you will be able to see the brushwork and detail on these. They are phenomenal. Thank you. That one is awesome. All right. I don't know if you guys know this, but this is kind of fun for me. Just saying, this is amazing. All right, so next we have Hatton Wilson from 2nd grade, Wrightsville Beach Elementary. All right, Jennifer Crafts, teacher, Jackson Norval, principal. Woo! Look right there. Woo! All right, and next, for our 2024 winners, we have Georgia Geerding, 4th grade, Carolina Beach Elementary School. This looks somewhat familiar. That's why, Azalea Festival. Oh my goodness. Okay, Melanie Connor, teacher, Jennifer Angel, principal. Woo! All right, and next we have Willa Smith, 1st grade, Wrightsville Beach Elementary. Jennifer Crafts, teacher, and Jackson Norval, principal. Nicely done. Okay, and last but not least, Sophie Gee, 8th grade, Roland Grice Middle School, Jennifer Capps, teacher, Lauren Nalepa, principal. It appears she wasn't able to join us, but you can see the beautiful artwork. And yes, one more round of applause. All right, don't go anywhere. All right, next we have one of our finest people that we love to highlight, Miss Chelsea Lord for 2025 Smart Start Children's Champion Award. Please congratulate us. She works at College Road Early Childhood Center, and this award is given each year to a New Hanover County citizen for their outstanding efforts on behalf of young children. As a family specialist, she works to identify children's needs and connect families with resources. What sets Chelsea apart is the knowledge, skill, and heart that she brings into every room and every conversation. She does not just work with families, but she walks beside them. And in doing so, she gives children, families, and staff something that cannot be easily measured: hope. Thank you, Chelsea, for truly showing what it means to be a children's champion. We'll just Photoshop him in later. It's all good. Congratulations. All right, next we're going to highlight our NHCS Rookie of the Year, Maddie Johnson. Now she gets to hear me talk about her for just a second. I promise not to put you up there for too long. So we're going to celebrate someone who's starting their career in education in the best way possible. I don't know if you recognize this face, but she was on our social media. She's on our website. We love her. We're going to highlight her as much as we possibly can for all the future things she does. So we're going to honor Maddie Johnson, an English teacher at Ashley High School, for being named the 2025 NHCS Rookie of the Year. This recognition is in partnership with the Wilmington Rotary Club, who highlighted all of the Rookie of the Year finalists and celebrated our winner. Maddie Johnson credits much of her success in the classroom to the strong support she has received from veteran teachers, administration, parents, and students. She shared, "When teachers feel supported in the things that are within control, we can refocus our energy into ensuring student success. We are excited to see this incredible educator continue to bring inspiration and success in her classroom for years to come." Congratulations. Congratulations. All right, and next, we're going to celebrate our NCCAT Teacher of the Year. Please welcome another amazing educator to the stage, technology education teacher Trey Moore from New Hanover High School. Congratulations. Thank you. He currently teaches technology, engineering, and design, honors technological design, and AP computer science principles. These classes provide valuable skills ranging from exploring coding and robotics to utilizing their 4 3D printers in his classroom. Students, they don't just learn, they build, they design, they problem solve, and they lead. All of his students walk away from his classes with skills that they can utilize in their futures. We appreciate Mr. Moore's commitment to teaching and for creating a dynamic, discovery-filled classroom. Thank you for showing what excellence in CTE looks like, and thank you for preparing the next generation, not just to participate in the workforce, but to lead it. Congratulations. And you're going to stand there, and she's going to take your photo. Woohoo! All right. Next, we're going to highlight our School Bus Fleet Magazine Trailblazer Award. Miss Letitia McIntyre Johnson, come on down. Woo! All right, now you get to stand there and let me talk about you for a second. All right, so join us in congratulating Letitia McIntyre Johnson for earning the 2025 Trailblazer Award from School Bus Fleet Magazine. This is a prestigious honor as they select only 12 individuals nationwide. Yep. Miss Letitia serves as a cost clerk for New Hanover County Schools Transportation, reviewing every detail from bus data to efficiency rates to budget needs so that she can help ensure that all students and drivers experience safe and effective transportation. She's best known for her ability to build connections with a variety of roles, helping to promote teamwork and communication every day. She also works closely with the women who inspired it all, her mother, who is still an active bus driver for New Hanover County Schools. We are so proud to see her hard work and commitment celebrated at a national level. We look forward to seeing all the ways she continues to blaze that trail. Woohoo! All right, we're going to continue the party with transportation with our character in action. In New Hanover County Schools, we celebrate the students, staff, and volunteers who demonstrate the character that makes... Yes. Oh. Thank you. Come on down, Mr. Green. I see you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. All right. And I'm going to let you guys come on.
He's hiding. He always hides. Yes, Mr. Stacy likes to hide. Stacy.
About you for a second. I'm sure you all recognize them from the news. Yes. So after seeing an alert about a child who had been reported missing overnight, our bus driver and our bus driver aide, Miss Valeria and Marie, were able to help locate and safely transport the student. Thanks to their quick thinking and with the critical support of Miss Laura Sievert and Stacy Green, who contacted emergency services, district and school leaders, the student was safely reunited with their family. This team showed up not just to drive or watch a route, but to be part of a community. We know that families entrust their children to care of others every day, and because of this team, that trust was honored and that trust was exceeded in the most powerful way possible. Thank you for your most amazing heart, service, and character. And while you're standing there, we're going to play your video.
It's hard to determine sometimes the effect you have on people, but I just wanted to, we've been doing this new thing called Character in Action, which is not just talking about the jobs we do, but the people that we are. And I think the fact that you guys were so quick to respond in an emergency says so much for the support for that kid and that family. So, and I just, every single one of you in here would have done the same thing in the same situation, but we're just so proud of the fact that this is education and this is what you can do.
We have 100 set of eyes on the road, ready to help our community at any given moment. And when the call is made, this group always answers. There's nobody I would rather be cheering for and supporting than this group. You guys are amazing. Thank you for what you do every day, all of you. And congratulations. Thank you.
Also with us is the Director of Transportation, Deb Trafton. Please come on down. The relationships that have been built in this department and this community are amazing, and it's because of these people right here. Thank you. Sorry. All right, so next we're going to do our Snipes highlight. Mr. Jared Worthington and Dr. Stephanie Willis will be joining us to tell you all about it.
Good evening. They can stay right there. Okay. They look great.
I'm excited to share something really cool with you guys and with the audience and with everyone that's listening at home. We have a lot of our schools that are absolutely awesome, and their entire staff is completely devoted to the work that goes into loving our kids every single step of the way. In 2023, North Carolina General Assembly and the governor signed a House bill that began awarding funds to schools in which we had 80% of our students to be considered economically disadvantaged. For those schools that exceeded growth, they were going to receive an award. At the end of last year, it was determined that 32 schools in the entire state of North Carolina had earned that award. I am happy to inform you that Snipes Elementary School is one of those 32 schools. I'd be remiss if I didn't highlight and give a thank you to Miss Manning, who was the principal at the time. She did a great job. She's working for us now. She's failing at retirement. And the good news is I did nothing. So I get to turn it over to Dr. Willis here, who's going to explain what we decided to do with this award, and then we'll hand it over for a picture.
Thank you. So back in March, I guess it was, I found out that Snipes was getting this award. And as I read up on the House bill and looked at several of the things that you could use the award for, it only made sense in my mind to reward the staff that did this. And so it was my decision to give back to my staff members, so they will be receiving bonuses this month. So we talked about it in one of our last staff meetings, and I am, it takes our whole school, everyone in our school, so everyone that is on our payroll will get a portion of this bonus, including our office staff, cafeteria staff, our peer support people, our teachers, just everybody in the building. Everyone minus administration, because it's them that make me look good. So it all goes back to them. So I am grateful for this. We are striving to cross our fingers, try this again for another year. But again, we appreciate it, we're thankful, and I have to say I have the best staff in New Hanover County Schools.
One more, don't go anywhere. And I have to say, the vibe in this room tonight is amazing. So we have the Excellence Exemplified Award tonight. One of our recipients is unable to be here, but this really falls beautifully after Character in Action. So when we talk about these awards, it's amazing when we can, again, see it in action. So I'd like to ask Mr. Stacy Green to come back up. It's a big night for you, Mr. Green. And it's amazing. So please come on up here. So he is our Classified Excellence Exemplified recipient for this quarter. And I'm going to read a little something about what his colleague that recommended him, but I feel like there might have been a few other people behind this as well. Might have been a little group back there. Mr. Green is the bus coordinator for the Transportation Department and joined New Hanover County Schools in December of 1991. He has been recognized for excellence and has been described as someone who conquers challenges daily with humor and kindness. Mr. Green often reports to work a couple of hours early to serve as a sub-bus driver and shows pride in knowing every route in the district from Castlehane to Curry Beach. It was shared by his colleagues that, simply put, without Stacy's creativity in coordinating services, our students would spend less time in school. Bus driver shortages have literally shut down other districts. Unexpected and high absenteeism can impact our operations daily, but We're able to overcome it because someone like Stacy is able to look at the runs and recall whose run start or ends where, so we can combine routes and keep our buses rolling without service interruption. It's impressive. While While other school systems send out last-minute notifications that there won't be a bus that day, Stacy helps us keep on trucking. So congratulations to Mr. Stacy Green for being this quarter's recipient of the Excellence Exemplified Award. Congratulations, sir. This is for you, little gift, and I'm going to ask you to step up there.
I was about ready for them to announce the paramedic of the quarter.
Continuing on, computer logged off. Let us go to student voice. Do we have our student voice reps? Awesome.
The Student Ambassador team hopes that you all had a great spring break and a great Easter. Unfortunately, many of our ambassadors and leaders are unable to make it tonight, but my name is Lillian Rempel, and I am currently a senior at New Hanover High School.
Hold on. We want to make sure we can hear you. Is the mic on? We can hear you, but they can't hear you. We want them to hear you too.
Okay, I'm going to start from the beginning then. I hope you guys all had a great Easter and a great spring break. Unfortunately, many of our leaders and ambassadors are unable to make it tonight, but my name is Lillian Rempel, and I'm currently a senior at New Hanover High School. As you will see shortly, our team has been hard at work in developing the Collective series, an informative video series designed to support high school students and those preparing to enter high school. The video you are about to watch offers advice specifically for rising freshmen on how to make the most of their 4 years and stay focused on achieving their future goals. Featured in today's video are 3 ambassadors, Kaylee Thinkpin, Elisa Dos Santos in 10th grade, and Abigail Mushkev in 10th grade. They worked together to develop the script and then film their portions individually. Beyond the series, our leadership team has also been preparing the application process for the next year, the 2025 to 2026 school year. The application will include a set of short answer questions along with prompts related to each applicant's involvement in Student Ambassador Program. We appreciate your continued support of the Student Ambassador Program as we strive to accurately represent students in this county. And now we will show the video. I think there needs to be sound.
She looks enthusiastic.
Hi guys, we're going to be sharing tips on how to deal with going into high school because we know it can be stressful and overwhelming.
First, research your options for classes. Whether it's IB, STEM, Lyceum, Arts, or another specialty program, make sure it fits your interests and goals. Talk to students, check school websites, and attend open houses if you can.
Stay organized. If you keep your organization skills on top, it will help you stay calm. Staying organized by keeping track of assignments, using a planner, and managing your time effectively will help you reduce stress in the long run.
Are you interested in taking more challenging classes? If so, then I recommend either dual enrollment or AP classes. AP classes are college level classes that you can take at your school. The workload is more than honors, but it's way more rewarding. There's also an option for dual enrollment at Cape Fear Community College. These classes range from mathematics all the way to nursing. They can be online or in person. They look great for college applications. If you're interested, talk to your counselor.
Get involved in clubs, sports, specialized classes, or community service. This can help building long-term relationships and looks good for college because it shows participation in extracurricular activities, which shows dedication. If you're planning on seeking higher education past high school, this is important for your college application. You can find these in student emails or the morning announcements.
This could be a big change, so make sure you take care of yourself. Find a solid group of friends and don't worry about fitting in. If you feel overwhelmed, contact a teacher, counselor, or someone you trust.
I know this can sound like a lot, so make sure to keep yourself organized. Use a planner, set reminders, and don't leave things to the last minute. As you continue to grow and learn in high school, make sure you are challenging yourself with AP and honors classes. These classes will prepare you for whatever path you choose to take later in life. And if you are seeking higher education, colleges look for students who are taking advantage of these opportunities. If you ever feel confused or overwhelmed, talk to the adults around you. They are here to provide you with the necessary tools to help you continue to grow in and out of high school.
Yeah, that's it. I don't know if y'all have any questions, but yeah, I hope y'all enjoyed it.
Any board members have any questions? Perfect. Thank you
Okay,
so
thanks.
much.
Thank you.
Next up is Teacher Voice with Ms. Hannah Moon, a teacher at Laney High School and New Hanover County Schools Teacher of the Year and Southeast Teacher of the Year.
Are you sick of me yet? Like, come on.
Never.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. And I wanted to do a little reflection as I look back on my past year as Teacher of the Year. And first, I'm filled with a deep sense of gratitude for the recognition and the support and the opportunity to do the work that really matters. But this past year has reminded me that teaching is so much more than what happens inside the walls of a classroom. It's a partnership between teachers, families, school leaders, our community, and this very board. And we must all work together to ensure success for all of our students, for those students who are marginalized and come to school for a place to be welcomed, for those high-achieving students who come to school to be challenged and to read books that help them become empathetic citizens, for those students who are from a difficult home life who come to school just to be loved, and for the students who are physically gifted and come to school to excel in sports, and everyone in between. They all deserve success, and it's up to us adults to provide avenues for success for those students. Public schools are the places that, regardless of circumstance, ability, socioeconomic status, we open our doors and invite all children to learn and grow and to become better citizens. Being named Teacher of the Year was humbling. And it's been a powerful reminder that every day in this role is an opportunity to make a difference. I've had the chance to reflect on my own work, collaborate with educators across the district and the state, and represent the values that we all hold dear: equity, excellence, and the opportunity for every learner. New Hanover County Schools is teeming with strong, quality educators. In every classroom, we're providing sound knowledge and skills to our students. We have great teachers like Fatima Sale, who is passionate and energetic and loud and fun, and she pushes all of her students to be their very best. Sarah Toothman, who challenges her Spark Lab kids to break the barriers of traditional education and become technology innovators. Allison Bellamy, who has the patience of a saint and cares about public education with every ounce of her being. Jamie Green and Tanya Jones, who are veteran teachers who don't give up when things get tough, face their challenges head on, and are the backbones of their school. Nikki Turner, who's a BT, and she is forging deep, meaningful connections with her students, and she's spreading joy. And teachers like Danielle Talbert, who is so cool, and she's so calm, and she makes her kids feel seen and heard and valued. And there are so many more amazing educators in our county. I could go on all night. But I want to encourage parents, stakeholders, and our community members to pay attention to the wonderful things that are happening in New Hanover County schools. Everywhere you look, you're finding teachers who care about your students and love your students and pour their hearts into this very, very complicated profession. So it is time to revere teachers and treat them like the professionals that they are. But most of all, I've been reminded that the heart of education is still and always will be our students. Their resilience, their curiosity, and their capacity for growth inspire me every day. And they are why I continue to do this work with joy and dedication. Students who come to school despite struggles that would conquer an adult, they pick themselves up, they put one foot in front of the other, and they make their way to school. And as they enter the doors of their school building, they're comforted in knowing that there's a caring adult, their teacher, waiting for them in their classroom. And sometimes it's that small piece of hope that keeps them going every day. So my final message is this: to parents, community members, and stakeholders, teachers cannot do it alone. We need your support. Your examples at home and in the community bleed into our classroom, so please support us when you can. Small or big, we appreciate it all. To our students, you're the future and the reason teachers show up and dedicate our lives to this job. Keep working hard and bringing your best every day. You inspire us, so keep shining like the stars that you are. And to my fellow educators, keep fighting the good fight. The ripple effect of a good teacher is never ending, and your positivity and resilience are beacons of light and hope for everyone that you encounter. You matter, you are seen, and you are valued. So finally, thank you all so much for allowing me to represent our district in this meaningful way. This experience has been rewarding beyond my wildest expectations, and it's truly been an honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moon. Continuing on, Superintendent's report.
And Ms. Moon, thank you for what you do every day. All right, folks, I'm sorry, buckle up. This is going to be a long one. All right, as we approach the final stretch of the school year, I want to take a moment to acknowledge both the incredible work being done across our district and the natural stress that this season brings on students, families, and staff. This is a time of intense focus for our students who are completing projects, preparing for end-of-the-year assessments, beginning to look ahead at what comes next. They could be transitioning from elementary to middle school, from middle to high school, or looking at graduation. Every student is carrying with them their own set of dreams and worries. They need our encouragement and reassurance now more than ever, and a reminder that they are capable, resilient, and amazing no matter what. Now, our staff have risen to the moment with characteristic dedication. Teachers, administrators, support personnel, they're working tirelessly to support students academically and emotionally. From organizing test prep and administering assessments to celebrating achievements and maintaining classroom engagement, the commitment's visible in every hallway of every building. This is a high-pressure time, but it's also a time for us to reflect and be proud of what we've done. Let's continue to recognize the efforts of our educators and lift one another up as we guide our students across the finish line and on to whatever the next chapter is. That's not it. Okay. As we get to the end of the year, we also have a full calendar of events, activities, assessments. We need everybody's help. Now, I know a lot of folks came out here tonight because we care about kids. It was obvious from the way that we all worked with the students that were here earlier. We need help with volunteers. If you are here tonight, we want you to be a volunteer with us. If you pick up one of the pieces of paper at the back of the room, there's a QR code for you to access our volunteer portal, our volunteer application. If you can't find it, it's on our website. Volunteers play a vital role in the success of our schools. We need help with testing proctors, classroom assistants, media center support. It's a chance for all of us to sort of put the money where it belongs, which is in our kids' hands. So if you ever thought to yourself, boy, the class sizes look big in that district, here's your chance to come out and help with that. If you've got time, if you're interested in volunteering, we'd be grateful for your support. QR code's the document in the back of the room, takes you to our registration site. So thank you. As many of you probably heard, New Hanover High School experienced a lockdown this past Friday following a report of a potential firearm on campus. I want to be clear from the outset, the report turned out to be false. After a thorough investigation, there was no evidence to suggest that a weapon was ever present on campus. That being said, we have to take every single one of those seriously. And it's understandably alarming for parents, for families, for students, for staff. These situations always are serious, and they remind us of the very real challenges we live with every day. I want to take this opportunity to commend the swift, calm, and professional response from everybody involved. The officers from the Sheriff's Department, our Director of School Safety, Mr. Silverstein there in the back, New Hanover High School staff, Mr. Sutton, Mr. Haney, they all demonstrated amazing coordination and care and dedication. I was able to arrive about 10, 15 minutes after the lockdown started, and I was directed to the command center, where I saw firsthand a textbook example of emergency procedures done right. So I want to make sure that we lift up everyone who was there for that. Folks, it's also a reminder, a powerful reminder of the quiet heroism displayed by our school staff every day. Even on the hardest days, the work matters. So all you watching at home, all you deputies, educators, and support staff who are part of the response at New Hanover High School, thank you. Your dedication and professionalism did not go unnoticed. This Thursday, we will gather to honor the outstanding educators across our district at the Teacher of the Year Awards. Each school nominated a teacher from this exceptional group. Our selection committee has identified finalists who exemplify instructional excellence, leadership, and student support. This year's celebration includes exciting new recognitions for the first time. We'll be awarding an Assistant Principal of the Year in addition to the Principal of the Year honor, and we look forward to an inspiring evening recognize the individuals who make a lasting impact in our schools every day. I also want to give a special shout out to Mr. Sean Stanek at Holly Shelter Middle School, who was just named North Carolina's National History Day Teacher of the Year over the weekend. We'll be inviting him back next month to be celebrated by the board, but we also have kids heading on to the National History Day competition as well from this weekend's state events. This weekend is Teacher Appreciation Week. It's a time to thank the educators who are the heart of our school communities, and we have a deep gratitude for the work and commitments you folks do. And tomorrow, May 8th, is National School Nurses Day, part of Nurses Week. Our school nurses play an essential role in student wellness and school safety. We're grateful for the skill and care and dedication, especially at this time of the year. Also, we want to be cheering on our student athletes this week. Laney and Ashley baseball begin the first round in the NCHSAA State Championship. And Hogger and Laney softball also kick off their championship run tonight. And finally, as we celebrate all that May brings, gentlemen, students, don't forget that it's Mother's Day this Sunday, May 12th. To all the mothers and caregivers in our schools and communities, thank you for the countless ways you support our students and staff. Now, on another note, off script a little bit, thank you. I know that there's a lot of powerful emotion and feelings in this room tonight. I want to thank everyone. Maybe I'm a little premature. We're only halfway through the meeting. Thank you for recognizing that there are children and young people who are here tonight and making sure that we are holding the sign of example and role model for them that we need. I appreciate this sort of delivering of this action tonight, so thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Barnes. You stole a bit of my thunder, but not all of it.
Sorry, there's a lot of thunder.
There was. So welcome back. I hope everyone had a restful and enjoyable spring break. As we enter the home stretch of the school year with testing and graduations quickly approaching, April proved to be a month full of meaningful celebration and recognition, and I want to highlight some of those things. So several board members had the pleasure of surprising some of our district's most outstanding teachers. I was a little partial to at least one of them. Each school honored their staff in unique and heartfelt ways. We started our day with silly string and poppers and noisemakers and music blasting. But we even had a marching band at one of the schools and massive cakes. It was definitely a joy to witness the appreciation shown for the dedication and passion these educators bring to their work. And we look forward to celebrating all of the finalists at this week's Educator of the Year banquet. So good luck to each of them. One of the most rewarding parts of this role, there's many, is recognizing our aspiring educators. As was mentioned earlier in today's recognitions, we had the honor of awarding future teacher scholarships to 3 exceptional young women. These students had to go through the whole process of writing an essay, of finding recommendations, and participated in interviews with board members, impressing us with their passion and poise. We can't wait to welcome them back as teachers in our classrooms in the years to come. Last week, the vice chair and I attended the first Bridges to Healthcare graduation. This inaugural cohort included 11 juniors and seniors from New Hanover and Brunswick counties. Through this program, students gained invaluable exposure to various healthcare professions. Each graduate expressed their appreciation and shared how the experience inspired them to pursue careers in the healthcare field. We're thankful for the collaborative efforts that made this opportunity possible for our students. Today, I had the privilege of attending one of the most amazing events at New Hanover High School, their Rise Showcase. The event highlighted an incredible group of students, each speaking with gratitude about the program and the staff who have supported them. One moment in particular stood out to me, and there were so many amazing stories of how these teachers have impacted these students. But the one that stood out to me was during a freshman's presentation. I stood next to his parents, and in the middle of the presentation, his father stopped his son and looked at me and said, "I want to tell you, before this program, my son couldn't read, and now he can." This powerful statement is a true testament to the life-changing work being done through RISE. Thank you, Ms. Taylor Henderson, Principal Philip Sutton, and countless others for your unwavering dedication and for creating a program that makes such a lasting impact. We are deeply fortunate to have you in our district. This week, we celebrate National Teacher Appreciation Week. We are profoundly grateful for each of you, not just the ones I mentioned, but each of you who give so much of yourselves in service to the children of our community, not just this week, but every day. And tomorrow, we recognize National School Nurse Day. To our incredible school nurses, thank you for your compassion, resilience, and the essential care you provide. Your work is often behind the scenes, but is absolutely vital. We are truly fortunate to have you in our schools. Thank you all for your continued commitment, and this concludes my board chair report. I am going to hand it over to Ms. Barnhart to begin the call to audience.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, we have Karen Clark.
Thank you, Dr. Barnes and board, for the sacrifices you have made to serve our children. God's word warns in the last days there will be mockers, motivated by their own ungodly desires, causing divisions among you. In Jesus' name, I bind up the curses and false accusations spoken over you. I release truth, honor, and the blessings of the Lord over each of you. God delights in righteousness. Malachi 3:8. I, the Lord, do not change. I pray you stand firm on the foundation of his truth and trust him to guide you in understanding. Build yourself up in faith, praying in the power of the Holy Spirit, fastening your hearts to the love of God, receiving the mercy of our Lord Jesus Christ, who gives us eternal life. As you stand for our children, may the God of hope fill you with all joy and peace, believing that you may abound in hope by the power of the Holy Spirit. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. Now to the only true God, King of kings and Lord of lords, be all honor, glory, power, and authority from the beginning, now, and forever. Amen.
Thank you. David Wiley.
Hello. My name is David Wiley. I want to thank you for my chapter. Oh, Lord, I'm going to stick to the notes. Okay. My name is David Wiley. I'm a father of 4 very unique and special kids. My 10-year-old, he's currently in the AIG program, and I'd like to thank y'all. Thank y'all for your support with the AIG program. Speaking with the audience, I didn't realize that with the AIG program that you as a community member, parent, or even board member, you can nominate your child. The New Hanover County website has the forms and the listings, and so if you see a child in your community that you see the unique giftings, nominate them. That way you can advocate for your children, be proactive. I didn't realize that until my second child, but it's there for you. I know currently we have the Dr. Jamie Pond. She is the current chair with our AIG program, and they meet, is it quarterly? I'm bad with the meetings, but I haven't been there in a while. Anyways, but we would thank you for your support, and we bless you. And if you, I know I have this stuff written down, y'all, but my brain just flies out the window. But I thank you for allowing this avenue for their success, and I pray you continue to support the AIG specialists and the kids. Thank you. And
Thank you. Katie Gates.
Good evening. Sometimes when you hear a lie enough, it becomes accepted as truth. And that's what happened with the narrative around the book Stamped. It was never about banning a book or invalidating a black man's perspective. That's what the media claimed, and that's what some chose to believe, but it is not truth. The truth is, 6 points were presented at the hearing to justify removing Stamped from New Hanover County Schools classrooms, and the board ruled that when a book with an opposing viewpoint could be read alongside it to promote critical thinking, Stamped might be reconsidered. It was also to undergo the proper district approval processes, which were evaded in 2020. We now welcome its review by the curriculum committee, and here's a few things to consider. First, remember that Stamped never went through the district's required policy and committee channels. The quality review checklist was not applied, and the teacher did not submit it on her syllabus for the College Board approval, which is against AP teacher protocol. Ibram X. Kendi inserted his personal bias, calling Stamped a present book, a book that contains history, and saying there are serious definitions to these words, but I'm going to give you mine. These, along with inaccurate citations, undermine the book's credibility. 24 pages of evidence was submitted to the board that showed 20 citations were inaccurate, manipulated, or distorted when compared against the original source. A book with flawed citations like Stamped does not meet the nonfiction history standard. Finally, consider this. Since Stamped was first introduced, Kendi's reputation has been tarnished. The $40 million he received to start an anti-racism department at BU was squandered. The department was shut down due to no work produced, and Kendi was fired. Given these facts, the book's merit is even more questionable now than it was in 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda Reisman.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Rissmeyer. I'm a former special education teacher, doctoral student, and board-certified and licensed behavior analyst. Before diving in, I'd like to share that this speech is reminiscent of one conducted by our very own board chair, Melissa Mason, in March of 2022, where she stated, and I quote, "School should be a safe and healthy place for our children." Rules for use of seclusion and restraint in schools Regulation Code 4302R states, seclusion means the confinement of a student alone in an enclosed space from which the student is physically prevented from leaving by locking hardware or other means, or incapable of leaving due to physical or intellectual capacity. The policy goes on to require the following. The student is monitored by an adult in close proximity who is able to see and hear the student at all times. The confining space has been approved by such use by the school system. The space is appropriately lit, ventilated, and heated or cooled, and the space is free from objects that unreasonably expose the student or others to harm. So, have any 5, 6, or 7-year-olds been secluded this school year? And if so, where? Given the history of some of our board members' failure to make sure that their own policies are being fully implemented, the public deserves to know. Thank goodness that locked, padded closets have been banned. But how safe are your current spaces for seclusion? Next time you visit an elementary school, please take a moment and ask to see the room that has been used. Or better yet, why don't we just revise Regulation Code 4302R and stop secluding our young special education children? Thank you.
Barbara Garrow.
The North Carolina Department of Instruction has a website about specialized instructional support. The specialized instructional support personnel are those affiliated with providing school-based physical, social, emotional, and mental health prevention, intervention, transition, and follow-up services for all students and families. School counselors, school social workers, school psychologists, school nurses. These are often also known as student, pupil, or instructional support services. Your Support Services Policy 6000 states, the board recognizes that an effective educational program must be supported by services that assist students in taking advantage of educational opportunities to receive a sound basic education. When a 7-year-old raises their fist and threatens a teacher, or a 5-year-old has a sharp object in their hand that could be used as a weapon, or 2 6-year-olds make a teaching assistant apprehensive when they start horsing around, all of those young children need support services from a school counselor or social worker. The Student Code of Conduct labels those incidents as level 4, serious violations. The 2 possible corrective actions are an in-school suspension or an out-of-school suspension, both for up to 10 days. The key is that 5, 6, and 7-year-olds deserve the one with the specialized instructional support. Implement policy 6000. Provide our youngest learners with the help they need and deserve. Thank you.
Rachel Dole.
My name is Rachel Dole. I'm a pastor in the community and a mom of kids in the district. You chose not to discuss the 18-month temporary hold placed on the book Stamped by Dr. Ibram X. Kendi because you said, quote, you wanted peace. It struck me what a huge difference there is between peacekeeping and peacemaking. Peacekeeping is stoking fear, making sure we stay divided in conflict, building walls. Don't talk about anything that makes white people uncomfortable about privilege, about history, about the way our community resources are structured. Peacemaking is harder, messy, more courageous because we have to be vulnerable to people that we call them. Peacemaking involves sharing our stories. It means owning it when we're wrong and naming structures our ancestors built that keep us unfairly divided, and then working together to change those structures. Peacemaking is what will bring us peace. Only by looking at our history from the viewpoint of different people in the story
Can we find a way forward that respects everyone? You can sit on this board and work to thwart the bridges people are trying to build in Wilmington, the walls we need to dismantle. And your choices will have an effect on this community and will ripple out in ways we cannot know. But your choices show who you are. They do not decide who we will be. Your choices to keep peacemaking from happening show your fear, not your power. And you do not have to fear the other. The ones called other are your neighbors, your doctors, your teachers, your bus drivers, your coaches. The other is a shifting target based on someone's fear. It's time we had the hard conversations, read the books that make us think, and use our words and actions not to reinforce walls, but to build bridges.
Williams Hubbard. Williams Hubbard. And Williams Hubbard. Last call for Williams Hubbard. Leslie Posey.
Do you know what a hypocrite is? Webster gives us two definitions: a person who puts on a false picture of virtue or religion, and a person who acts in contradiction to their stated beliefs or feelings. Now let me give you some examples. A hypocrite is someone who takes an oath to serve and protect all students, but then calls some children names because they don't fit the narrow definition of human. A hypocrite continually promotes parents' rights. Then they decide what books my child can read. A hypocrite works really hard to eliminate words and ideas, but loss of exposure to a wide variety of ideas will cause irreparable harm to children's learning, development, and self-esteem. But they must be eliminated because the political puppet masters say those words and ideas are bad. A hypocrite claims children should learn all parts of the country's history, then work hard to eliminate those parts they find embarrassing. A hypocrite says that the ideas of all community members are important and arranges sign-ups so more people can speak at board meetings. Then they set up a lottery with a cutoff of 20 people. Hypocrites hold town hall meetings so teachers can speak freely. Then letters of reprimand are put in files of teachers who speak. Hypocrites claim to live by the teachings of Christ and are really good at pushing the Old Testament laws on society, but seem to forget the teachings of Jesus, such as feed the poor, clothe the naked, house the homeless. They also forget the story of the woman who prays very quietly in the temple and is more blessed than the man who stands at the altar and yells as if God is deaf. I could go on, but hypocrites also go to great lengths to silence those they don't want to hear. I would suggest some of you need to look in the mirror.
Chris Sutton.
The Michael Kelly victim settlement, I've been asking for this for months now to get an update on the non-monetary agreements that we did, and it's yet to occur. I know that every single board member that I've discussed this with, everybody seems supportive, yet magically it never makes the agenda. I thought that we had the 2-month rule. It didn't end up on this time. No one made a motion to amend the agenda this time, unfortunately. I brought up the concerns that I have about closed session and having updates in closed session and whether some of that should have been public. I don't know what else to say. I don't want to be here, guys. I'm frustrated. I don't want to come in front of you and have to do this. It's ridiculous. Same thing with our public records request system. We have reporters that have public records requests that have been pending for 320 days from WECT. I waited myself for 284 days for one, after I turned in a FOIA request from the county for emails and one to our school system, and magically emails weren't in one, but they were in the other. Like, I am so frustrated that I keep having to come in front of y'all and have these conversations. I want to go live my life. I'm not a board member. This isn't my job. You're supposed to be the ones that are providing transparency and accountability, okay? I don't want to be here. I don't know what else to say. Tonight, y'all are going to have a discussion about the lottery system. And it's ridiculous that I work multiple jobs to take my family on vacations and my wife works full-time, and y'all use that against my child, that he can't get into the school that's best for him. That is ridiculous. The fact that someone can have a degree and you use it against them, that is ridiculous. Another thing, talk to some staff members. Our staff members don't get any weighted preference for any of our lottery. Please have a discussion about that tonight. The pros and cons. I don't know if it's what's best, but we call it a perk. Do it for our teachers. See if that's something that's viable. It's something that I stumbled across. Please have that conversation. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you. Yolanda Hernandez.
Goals and objectives of the educational program Policy 3000 states, quote, "It is the goal of the board that every student be provided the opportunity to receive a sound basic education and graduate from high school prepared for work, further education, and citizenship." How do our youngest learners receive a sound basic education when they have been suspended because an adult in school is apprehensive that a 7-year-old child was going to assault them? An assault in the student code of conduct is defined as, quote, "any act of such nature to excite a reasonable apprehension of harmful and offensive physical contact with another person who is also a student and without the use of a weapon or causing serious injury." In other words, during the first half of this school year, 22 5-, 6-, and 7-year-olds were suspended due to fear of a serious injury, even though no serious injury occurred. If our young children are that dangerous, it would make more sense to have them work with the school counselors or social workers. Out-of-school suspensions provide no help or support. Policy 3000 imagines every student graduating and being prepared for work, further education, and citizenship. That includes our K-2 students who sometimes scare adults. Don't disregard the policy manual. Offer these students, who can admittedly sometimes be very difficult, offer them the social and emotional skills they need and deserve.
Thank you. Your time is up. Jennifer Tucker. Is there a way to turn up the mic to that? We're having some, thank you.
Yeah, make it loud. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Jennifer Tucker, and I've had the privilege of teaching in this county for 29 years, 25 of those in family life education, providing age-appropriate, medically accurate sex education to our 5th through 8th graders. This year, that program changed. With the elimination of the Family Life Education Department, we've seen a slow and quiet dismantling of something vital. The responsibility has shifted to PE teachers, professionals who already carry a full plate and who, through no fault of their own, are not properly trained for this sensitive and specialized work. The results have been uneven, uncomfortable, and in some cases, deeply problematic for students. We're not just losing a department, we're losing consistency, professionalism, and a place for students to ask real questions about real things and get medically accurate, age-appropriate answers. I understand the realities of budgets and staffing, but I also believe we still have a chance to preserve the integrity of this program for the students. In my final year before retirement, I'm proposing to work with the county to train and support at least one teacher at each school so we don't lose everything that we've built. Please don't let this subject, the one that kids most often say actually matters to their lives, be quietly erased. Thank you for your time and for your service to our schools.
Jackie DeLazio.
Good evening, Dr. Barnes and all the members of the school board. My name is Jackie D'Alessio, and for those of you that don't know, I'm the president of the New Hanover County Association of Educators. I'm taking the time to stand in front of you tonight as a voice for the staff of New Hanover County Schools. Although the trust between the staff of your schools is rebuilding between the superintendent and the employees, they are still hesitant about interactions with the school board. The fear of retaliation continues to be real amongst the staff of New Hanover County Schools. Dr. Barnes has worked hard to show that he has listened to the results of last year's survey from teachers and is working actively to do something about it. The board appears to remain largely unconcerned with fixing their actions. However, I am reaching out to invite you all to work with our organization as we represent every single job description under the umbrella of New Hanover County Schools. Truly, we want to have a relationship with the school board that is not contentious and works toward the collective goal of creating the best schools possible for our students. We have started creating this type of relationship with Michael Lee, and we are hoping to do so with all of our local elected officials. I am inviting you, Mr. Perry, and Ms. Justice, and Ms. Barnhart, and Ms. Mason, Dr. Barnes, Mr. Wildeboer, Dr. Merrick, and Ms. Bradford to attend another educational forum that we are holding on May 31st from 10:30 a.m. to 1:30. The point of this forum is not to put you on display and throw you to the, quote, wolves. We will be educating the community about how public schools are funded, and we truly invite you all to attend and help us reach the public. Thank you for your time.
Can you tell us the location?
Oh, yes. It's at Ebenezer Baptist Church.
Right? Sorry, say that again. Can you say that again?
Ebenezer Baptist Church. We're going to send you guys an email with the flyer as well, so that you can, and that has a QR code. So, thank you. Sorry.
Michael Sheridan.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Michael Sheridan, and I'm here to talk to you about Attendance Policy 4400. That policy states, school attendance and class participation are integral parts of academic achievement and the teaching-learning process. Through regular attendance, students develop patterns of behavior essential to professional and personal success in life. Regular attendance by every student is mandatory. Let's hear that last sentence again. Regular attendance by every student is mandatory. So, how does a 5-year-old develop the behavioral skills essential for success in life when they get kicked out of school for saying they're going to beat up a classmate during recess? Absenteeism is a problem in our schools, and out-of-school suspensions aren't helping. The way Policy 4400 is written, out-of-school suspensions are a violation of the attendance policy. When you stop suspending 5-, 6-, and 7-year-olds for making threats and have them work with a highly qualified teacher in a room other than their classroom, they can continue to learn to read, write, and do math. And a counselor or a social worker can help them with their social and emotional skills. What I'm describing here, of course, is an in-school suspension. The child returns to the classroom when they've been able to develop a positive behavior plan and are regulated again. Sometimes young children make serious mistakes. Keep them in school. Help them. Stop punishing them. Attendance Policy 4400 is a good policy. Enforce it and end all out-of-school suspensions for 5-, 6-, and 7-year-olds. Thank you.
Loretta Stackhouse.
The mission of New Hanover County Schools
is, in collaboration with our parents and the community, is to strive to provide children with an opportunity for superior education and a safe and positive learning environment. Thank you. Where they are prepared with the skills to succeed. That's a quote from the Mission and Vision Policy 10,1005. How does an out-of-school suspension prepare our youngest learners with the skills to succeed? How does a 6-year-old receive a superior education when they've been kicked out of school? 22 of the 29 suspensions that K-2 children received for the first half of this school year were for assaults. The Student Code of Conduct defines an assault as an act where there is no weapon involved and no serious injury occurs. It's simply the fear that something bad might happen. There's a better way. Instead of throwing them out of school, provide those children with the services they need from the school counselors or school social workers, or whoever's in their school. Instead of ignoring the policy 1005, get out of the business of punishment and back to the business of teaching and preparing our children with the skills for success. Stop suspending 5, 6, 7-year-olds and ask the county for more budget money.
Hello, board. Genesis 1:27 says, "So God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him. Male and female, he created them." When a baby is born, the doctor announces it's a boy or it's a girl. There's no hesitation. There's no uncertainty. We know instinctively and biologically what God has already made clear. Now, fast forward to today. The United Kingdom's National Health Service recently announced it would shut down the world's largest pediatric gender clinic. Why? Because an independent review condemned the clinic's practices, calling them unsafe and based on poor evidence. The report stated clearly that the model of care used at the clinic left young people at considerable risk of long-term mental health issues. That's why I stand with this board's decision to remove the transgender and gender identity chapters from the Stepping Stone curriculum. I also support the revision of policy that could encourage children toward a path that science and many experts say can be harmful to their mental health and emotional well-being. This is not about hate or exclusion. It's about love. It's about truth. It's about protecting our children while hearts and minds are still growing. Thank you for your courage, your leadership, and your commitment to do what is right for our children. Thank you for all of your hard work.
Deborah Brunson. Deborah Brunson. Okay, I didn't see. Thank you.
Last month, I addressed the courage of Rosa Parks and Virginia Foster Durr. Courage of that caliber exists in our region, too. In 1953, editor Willard Cole of the Whiteville News Reporter and editor Horace Carter of the Tabor City Tribune won a Pulitzer Prize for their reporting on the KKK. A 2013 documentary, The Editor and the Dragon, Horace Carter Fights the Klan, told how the then 29-year-old called out the Klan's racist and illegal acts through the newspaper. Can this type of local history be taught to our students, or does this board believe it's too triggering or too divisive? At April's board meeting, Ms. Taylor Henderson gave a great update on the RISE program. What I heard about RISE was a recognition of and respect for the diversity of students and the learning modalities that can be used to support them. And I heard each of you speak very highly of this program, even as some of you demonize DEI. Diversity will continue. Why? Demographics. As several Black Ohio University alumni said to their anti-DEI alma mater, you cannot cancel who and what you did not create. This is not 1953 student population. In 2020, the population under age 18 was more racially and ethnically diverse than the population aged 18 and over. Our teachers work very hard and they aren't paid very well. The least this board and administration can do is to help them help our children. Stop focusing on the easy distractions of attempted book banning and demonizing diversity. Who lives in our country is changing. Who sits in our classrooms is changing. You can't stop the demography and the demographics of the classroom.
Linda Higgins.
Good evening. Many of you have heard from me before. I am Linda Higgins. I am a parent, and I am an advocate. I'm an advocate who watches board meetings, either by being physically present or remotely when I cannot be present. I do this because I care that all the children of New Hanover County get a good education and are treated fairly and justly. Yes, that means the staffs must also be treated fairly and taken care of. But all of it starts here at the board. The board is required to follow the rules that you set for everybody else to follow. These policies that you so easily pass for everyone else, you seem to have problems understanding are for you too. It's not separate. I was here the day of Tim Merrick's censure hearing, and I was horrified to hear the chair not once, but a number of times explain that she doesn't understand her job. She kept talking as though she was either the head disciplinarian or mother of the board. Neither one of those fit what it says in your policies the chair of the board can do. They cannot discipline their fellow board members. Please, Melissa, go back and reread the policy. The policy also says that we do not work with shadow boards. You know what? At your meeting before this meeting, you sat there and said,
"Thank you, your time is up."
We decided already.
Veronica McLaurin Brown.
Fair and consistent discipline administration policy 4303 states, the board recognizes the negative effects of exclusionary discipline on a range of student outcomes. Tonight, I want to highlight just how serious and well documented those effects are and urge you to take a clear, meaningful step forward. Over 2 decades of research confirm that students who are suspended or expelled are more likely to drop out of high school, experience academic failure, and repeat a grade. Their standardized test scores decline, and they're less likely to pursue post-secondary education. High suspension rates reduce school and community safety by increasing student disengagement and weakening trust between students and adults. And students who are suspended are more likely to enter the juvenile justice system. This is how the school-to-prison pipeline is built. We don't need you to be big bricklayers. And while suspending 4, 5, and 6-year-olds have decreased, overall suspensions in New Hanover County are rising. In 2021, there were 2,521 K-2 out-of-school suspensions. In 2023, there were 3,136. The number of days missed from suspensions also increased. In 2021, it was 8,146 days. In 2023, it was 10,228 days. Were you aware of that data? That's more students being suspended and for longer.
Thank you. Your time is up. Loretta?
Good evening, Superintendent Barnes and board members. For over 2 centuries, the movement in our country has been toward greater equality, equal treatment under the law regardless of race, background, or belief. That's a legacy worth protecting. At face value, diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI, sounds aligned with biblical values, valuing people, promoting fairness, providing opportunity. These are good and worthy goals. But in practice, the DEI often shifts the standard of fairness from merit and character to immutable traits like race, gender, or sexual orientation. That's where it becomes problematic. I once worked at a school that was predominantly Hispanic. Most teachers and parents spoke Spanish. I did not. I was the minority. Yet I built strong relationships and earned respect by doing quality work. Shouldn't merit and skills be the standard for all? Imagine DEI principles to the NFL. If teams were forced to meet racial quotas rather than draft based on ability, the integrity of the game would collapse. Ironically, the league thrives because it rewards excellence, regardless of background. So I ask, when do we know DEI has succeeded? When is society diverse enough? Who decides? What is the end point? Jesus warned against focusing on outward appearance while neglecting justice, mercy, and faithfulness. DEI, when misapplied, fosters victimhood and division. Let's instead raise up leaders who take personal responsibility, who strive not to be favored, but to be excellent. Thank you for applying your excellent skills and abilities to benefit
Your time is up.
future leaders.
Tiffany Salter?
Good evening. The removal of the book stamped from curriculum was political fodder and the fulfillment of campaign promises. It was the creation of controversy where there was none before, which is certainly no benefit to our students, though it is very effective propaganda. Prior to Ms. Gates bringing it to everyone's attention that she has a problem with the book, the curriculum assignment in the AP English high school class served its purpose well around rhetorical analysis, not history. STAMP is built for this type of engagement. Never mind that there's already in place a process by which guardians can request to excuse their student from assignments. Ms. Gate was not satisfied with her options, instead choosing to limit the rights of every other parent and guardian and student in our district. Many of you enabled her. You allowed the will of one parent to employ consequences for all, guardians and students. Apparently, you also want to decide for my family what defines wholesome, and your definition of temporary would be better described as indefinite. I don't want your definitions. It's incredible to me to think that you claim to aid and support critical thinking when you are not applying critical thinking yourselves. Like it or not, our democracy is a diverse one, and our public schools must serve our diverse population. Ready and easy access to ideas and information is necessary to the right to exercise freedom of meaningful and political freedom in our democracy for young people and adults. So if access to a book has been restricted for students to whom it was previously accessible, it is banned. Restricting access to books is an infringement on the rights of students and guardians across the district, and infringement on those rights is an injustice. One of you has said that all she wants is peace. Well, to that I say no justice, no peace. Okay? And to all the parents out there, please speak up. In the words of writer and Holocaust survivor Elie Wiesel, we must always take sides. Neutrality helps the oppressor, never the victim. Silence encourages the tormentor, never the tormented. End racism.
Thank you. Your time
Become
is up.
anti-racist.
Peter Walrich. Peter.
Governing Principles Policy 1100 says, and I'm paraphrasing, the Board of Education is guided by governing principles it considers critical for providing students with a sound basic education, and it does this through a system of excellent schools where they can succeed. There are 7 governing principles. They include student success, parental involvement, a safe, orderly, and inviting environment, initiatives that improve the educational program and services, professional development, removal of barriers that may impede a student's ability or opportunity to learn, and stewardship of financial and environmental resources. Did you notice what's missing? Teachers. The missing principle is respect teachers. You respect teachers by paying them a living wage. You respect teachers by not asking them to do unpaid labor. You respect teachers by giving them uninterrupted planning time. You respect teachers by taking something off their plate every time you add a new program or training. And you respect teachers who are working with our most challenging students on their social and emotional skills by rehiring teachers, teacher assistants, school counselors, social workers, and the other staff you let go. They can't do it alone, nor should they have to. End all K-2 out-of-school suspensions and respect teachers.
Christina Mercier.
Point of order, Madam Chair. My understanding is that pursuant to our rules, that the topic is supposed to be listed. Could you inquire as to our next speaker what the topic is?
I filled in the topic, they just didn't type it in.
Oh, can you tell us?
Parity.
Me, okay.
There you go. Good evening. This month, I'm starting at the end. Teachers are masters of their craft. They have the educational background and professional knowledge to choose appropriate sources to deliver the curriculum and do not need interference from those less informed, especially a partisan school board. Should a parent not want their child to read a book or subject, no teacher will refuse that. It's when someone tries to impose a decision on all students that there is an issue. Almost 2 years ago, the school board chose to let a parent dictate curriculum for the entire district by allowing the book stamp to be removed for review, a review that no board member was interested in pursuing. I'd say the book was banned, but that seems to upset some of y'all, despite the definition of ban being to officially prohibit. Other synonyms include bar, forbid, disallow, outlaw, embargo, exclude, stop, blackball, inhibit, restrict, banish, suppress, illegalize, disqualify, put an end to, and put a stop to, and that's just a few. I thought about the books I read growing up as well as the novels I taught over the course of my teaching career. In looking them up, most of them have been challenged or outright banned. I'd give you a list of the titles, but I'm actually concerned you'd use it as a hit list for the next round of removals. Yet in my entire career, I had maybe 2 times when a parent or student asked for an alternate assignment, which I immediately offered. I don't know of any educator who wouldn't honor a parent's wish for their child to not take part in an assignment, not just reading, for any reason, religious, cultural, or simply personal. Again, that's part of being professional. Some months I feel like I'm a broken record echoing into an empty canyon, but I'm tired of these partisan side quests y'all keep inventing. Please let teachers be the professionals they already are. Quit trying to micromanage each part of their job and instead focus on the job you were elected to do, to facilitate learning for the students of New Hanover County schools. And if you don't know what facilitate means, it means to make something easier, not more difficult.
Teresa Maples. Teresa Maples.
Thank you. I know the power of the Word of God, so I'm going to pray Isaiah 11:2 over each and every one of you. In Jesus' name, I pray and release the Spirit of the Lord over you. I pray you encounter Holy Spirit in a way you never knew possible, and your lives are changed forever. I pray and release the Spirit of wisdom over you. The wisdom of man is foolishness to the Lord. So I pray you seek God's wisdom. Ask God for wisdom, and He will give it to each one of you. I pray and release the spirit of understanding over you, that you understand there is a war raging against our children and family unit, and you are each in a position to do something about it. I pray and release the spirit of counsel over you, that you would seek godly counsel before making decisions and not be swayed by those yelling the loudest or by the ungodly, destructive, woke agenda. I pray and release the spirit of might over you. Might is not just bodily strength, but it's also strength of mind. It's being brave and courageous. It's actually being fearless, not backing down from doing what is right in the Lord's sight. I pray and release the spirit of knowledge over you. God has perfect knowledge, so I pray you seek Him when concerns are brought to you, knowing truth and facts and recognizing lies and deceit. I pray and release the spirit of the fear of the Lord over you, that you will have reverential awe for Jesus Christ, knowing He is King of Kings and Lord of Lords.
Debbie Lawley. We're going to remain respectful, please. You can go ahead.
Good evening, board members. I'm a retired attorney who moved here from California 4 years ago, hoping to find conservative government. Not so. I wonder every day what will happen to my grandchildren's innocence when they begin school. Scripture tells us there will be a time when good is considered evil and evil good. We're in that time, and lies govern over truth. Why are parents on the defensive having to prove their natural rights? The school seized control over the students, stripping them of vital parental input, intellectual development, hopes, dreams, and success. Jesus said, "There will always be something that causes people to sin, but anyone who causes them to sin is in for trouble. A person who even causes one of my little followers to sin would be better off thrown into the ocean with a heavy stone tied around their neck." When immoral governments are threatened, they brainwash and destroy the youth so the free nation dies. History proves woke ideologies only bring unhappiness, tragedy, and captivity. We began losing the battle when God was taken out of the schools and evil marched in. Sex education must be removed from the schools entirely because it was the covert gateway that led to this catastrophe. Thank you for the work you're doing to ensure a curriculum that morally educates the children and prepares them for a successful future. We must be the soldiers who stand fast, commanding, "Hands off the children." They don't belong to the government. They belong to their parents. They belong to God. I speak God's great plans over our youth no enemy can defeat in Jesus' mighty name.
Ivy Spicer.
Hi, my name is Ivy Spicer, and I'm here to talk about the benefits of LGBTQ plus education. Yes, the one thing you refuse to talk about. Studies have shown that LGBTQ plus inclusive curriculum promotes a positive school environment and student well-being. For example, a study in California found that students who learned about LGBTQ plus issues in school reported less bullying towards LGBTQ plus students. Additionally, when LGBTQ plus topics were introduced into the sexual health classes, and they have offered benefits to all, not just LGBTQ plus students. Sex education that is inclusive of LGBTQ plus people helps prevent partner violence, encourages the formation of healthy intimate relationships, helps prevent sex abuse, and improve social emotional learning. Also, in the NHCS policy manual, it states that, I quote, permission from the parents or guardians of children grades 5 through 8 shall be received prior to the child's placement in the following sex, gender, sexual orientation, and LGBTQ plus inclusive language education programs, end quote. Denying LGBTQ plus inclusive education may be considered discrimination, and in the handbook it states that, and I quote, the board prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, sex, including pregnancy, childbirth, sexual orientation, and gender identity, color, national origin, religion, disability, or age. And discrimination is illegal by federal law. Discrimination is illegal by federal law. As for the literal disadvantage, here they are. As you can see, I didn't find any.
Is Williams Hubbard here? Williams Hubbard.
Madam Chair, that concludes our call to audience.
All right, we're going to take a 5-minute bathroom break. Come back, board members, at 7:12.
thought we had them.
We are back in session.
You have a chance to get out of here before the sun goes down.
Fingers crossed. All right, we're going to continue with the career and technical education presentation.
Yeah.
If you could all find your seats, please. And board members, please return to the dais. Oh, it's just one.
We got, oh.
Hang on. Just need the lull to. All right, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mandy Mills. I have the privilege of serving New Hanover County School students as the Director of Career and Technical Education. And I appreciate y'all allowing me some minutes tonight just to update you on some of the great work that we've been doing. So just to give you an overview of what I will cover this evening, I'll start with some key data points and then walk you through the state's new career cluster model. After that, I'll share an update on our endowment project, highlight the work of our advisory council, and touch on career development efforts. I'll wrap up by outlining our focus areas for the 25-26 school year, and last but not least, share some exciting work that we've been doing with Roads branding. So this first graph is the number of individual students taking CTE courses. So the duplicated number would be much higher than this because we have a lot of students who take multiple courses in the same year. So I did just want to note that the 23-24 numbers are not official. Those have not been released by DPI, but I used our enrollment file from last year to try to estimate the best that I could. This next graph is the number of CTE concentrators for each year. So a CTE concentrator is a student who's completed a full pathway of courses. So that could be Health Science 1 and 2. That could be Core Construction, Carpentry 1 and Carpentry 2. Most of our pathways are 2 to 3 courses. And again, the 23-24 numbers have not been shared by DPI yet. This graph compares the graduation rate of CTE concentrators to the overall district graduation rate. So one of the key benefits of CTE, both here and across the country, is that students who complete a CTE pathway are more likely to graduate. So it's just a powerful testament to the impact that CTE has. This graph is the percentage of concentrators. So again, concentrator is a student who has completed a complete pathway. So it's the percentage of those students who graduate with at least one industry credential. This chart is the new structure of the North Carolina CTE career clusters and pathways. So one of the biggest change is how now they are organized into overarching categories. So within each category, you'll find specific career clusters, which are then broken down further into career pathways. So this new structure is designed to make it easier for students to see clear connections between their coursework and real-world careers. It also helps schools align programs more closely with workforce development and post-secondary opportunities. The pathways that you see highlighted in yellow represent those pathways that are offered within our district at one of our high schools. And the one highlighted in blue is also offered on our campuses, but it's taught by CFCC and through a partnership with them. We're excited to share an update on the New Hanover Healthcare Career Partnership, which is a collaborative between New Hanover County Schools, Cape Fear Community College, UNCW, and the Wilmington Chamber of Commerce, generously funded by the endowment. Healthcare continues to be one of the most in-demand fields in our region. The partnership was created to build a long-term pipeline of healthcare professionals, starting as early as middle school and continuing through college into the local workforce. Our role in New Hanover County Schools is to introduce students to healthcare careers early, spark interest, and create clear exploration opportunities. One major component of the effort is the Health Science Academy. This will be a cohort of students passionate about healthcare and committed to staying in our region. These students will participate in experiences like summer camps, lunch and learns, industry tours, job shadowing to help them focus on their career goals. The two photos on the left are from our recent Health Science Academy info session, and we're thrilled to welcome our first group in the fall of 2025. An additional thing we've been able to add through the endowment is a new tool called Z-Space, which allows students to explore 3D models with no goggles or glasses needed. So you see an example of this in the top right photo. As the student moves their head, or the image shifts and follows them, and they use like a stylus and built-in sensors where they can interact with the 3D model. For example, examining and even feeling the beat of a human heart as they explore the layers. We've also partnered with biology teachers at each school to train them on Z-Space. So our next step will be to align Z-Space content with the biology and the health science curriculum to support students. And the last picture up there is on the bottom right, shows a special visit to UNCW's simulation lab. Professors there spent several hours working with New Hanover High School students to help them prepare for their state healthcare competition.
That lab is cool.
Yes. Our CTE Advisory Council plays a key role in making sure our programs stay aligned with local workforce needs. The council was established through legislation. What we're teaching in our classrooms reflects the skills and expectations of today's employers. This year, we focused on three main areas. We asked council members to review a course related to their industry. Specifically, we asked for feedback on any skills gap they observed in entry-level workers, the value of the credentials students are earning, and any course objectives that may be outdated or less relevant. We also asked their input on our internship program, how it's working, how we can better promote it to local employers. One of the exciting outcomes was that they helped us select a new acronym and brand for our internship program, which I'll share with you a little later in the presentation. Lastly, I want to acknowledge how generous our industry partners have been with their time. They've shown incredible support by participating in career development events across all grade levels, helping us to bring real-world insight and inspiration directly to students. To give you a sense of who makes up our advisory council, this is a list of 25 members. We've been very intentional about recruiting representatives from across the majority of our career clusters with a special focus on high-need areas in our region like healthcare, manufacturing, and construction. So there's new legislation requires every student in grades 6 through 12 to have a career development plan. While this is a state requirement, not specific to CTE, we were naturally the leaders of this initiative. Over the summer of 2024, our career development coordinator team developed a plan tailored for each grade level. School teams assigned by the principal have worked to ensure that every student meets the requirements of the career development plan. This data collected in these plans will be incredibly valuable to us in CTE, especially during registration when we're recruiting for our programs. Additionally, all information like personality type, learning style, and career goals is accessible to counselors and teachers, helping to guide students in making informed decisions about their future. So I pulled for you a couple of charts from Zello. This just kind of touches high level on the data that we can pull from it, where our students' interests and learning styles align with the various career clusters. These charts also show the percentage of students in grades 6 through 12 who have completed a career development plan at the time that I pulled this data. This graphic illustrates the career development pathway for our students, highlighting the key stages of exploration, skill development, and real-world experiences. It shows how we guide students from initial exposure to different careers through deeper exploration and skill building, and ultimately to internships and apprenticeships with our industry partners. This visual reinforces our commitment to providing students with a clear and structured path towards their future careers. And just a few pictures on our career fair we had in March that many of you visited. And then our career and technical student organizations play a crucial role in enhancing student experiences. These organizations provide students opportunities to develop leadership skills, engage in hands-on learning, and connect with industry professionals. So each of these clubs that you see here participated in regional and state competitions this year. So focus areas for 25-26. This is, earlier I showed you a slide highlighting the percentage of CTE concentrators who earned at least one industry-recognized credential before graduating. While we've seen encouraging growth over the past few years, there's still more work to be done. This graph you see represents the percentage of potential credentials earned. So you see we're still at less than 50% of what we could be earned, the number of credentials we could be earning. So the number for 24-25 reflects the data from first semester only, so we're optimistic this will increase by the end of the year. The good news is we have strong support from the state. They provide funding for credential vouchers, prep material, and even transportation to testing sites. We've been working closely with teachers to identify what they need to help students succeed on these exams. Supporting credential attainment will continue to be a top priority for next year. This graph shows the distribution of students at various internship sites. A large number of our students in the information technology pathway are interning with our technology department, assisting with help desk at their schools. While this provides valuable experience, our goal is to expand opportunities for students to intern outside the school setting with our industry partners. It's important to note that some pathways, including internships as required component of the course, which may not be represented in these numbers. So nursing fundamentals, culinary 2 students, and early childhood students all have an internship component within their curriculum. And this is, as I mentioned earlier, one of the key initiatives from our advisory council was the rebranding of our internship program. After much discussion, they voted to adopt the acronym CORE, Career Opportunities and Real-World Experiences. This summer, we will be actively recruiting core partners who are willing to offer internships to students. These opportunities will be available for students to apply to through Zello, making the process streamlined and accessible. As we gather success stories from students and industry partners, our goal is to demonstrate the value of these internships, helping to build momentum for even more businesses to participate. Y'all tired yet? Okay. Second initiative for next year is continuing our partnership with Cape Fear Community College. Right now, Cape Fear is able to offer all of the courses you see there on our campuses. And then I did forget to list one, which was small engine repair, which is offered at Ashley and Laney. So we will be offering mechatronics at Mosley next year, and then there's a picture of the trailer there. They're able to teach machining out of that trailer, so they can go park it at any school. So we're working on which schools might be able to fit that into their day as well. Cape Fear Community College has also been incredibly generous in donating their space at the Schwartz Center for our annual career fair for the last 2 years, and we're grateful for that continued partnership. We are also working on local articulation agreements where if our curriculum aligns with a course at the community college, we can locally give them credit as they enter Cape Fear Community College in one of their programs. The other initiative we are working on is a clear visual representation of how students can flow from New Hanover County School CTE pathways directly into a degree or certificate program at Cape Fear. So kind of a 9 through 14 pathway visual. And then also looking ahead to the end of next year, we're planning a personalized event for students who are unsure of their post-graduation plans. Using their career development plan will help identify potential career interests and group students based on that data to provide tailored support. All right. So our Project with Roads branding. Our goal was to make sure that students, parents, and the broader community are aware of all that CTE has to offer. Our collaboration with Roads began with focus groups involving key stakeholders, along with a digital brand audit to assess our current presence. From there, we developed print marketing materials, followed by the creation of digital marketing tools, including a promotional video and a website makeover. So Roads came on our campuses. They were here a whole week, and it took them a whole week to get a 60-second video, but it's okay. They went to each of the traditional high schools plus CTEC. They took over 300 still shots that they've given to us to use for whatever we want, and they created this video.
CTE provides students with a lifelong journey in careers they would like to choose.
I personally think CTE is everything. We teach kids by industry standards. We are all professionals that have transitioned from the industry, and now we're in the classroom.
We help students in CTE find the correct pathway. Having a student have a teacher who's a role model that has done something that they want to do allows it to feel more feasible and tangible.
Once you find a program that matches up with your goals and your interests in life, it's a lot easier. You'll be glad to have the skills and knowledge that came out of those classes.
It allows them to see the world in a different light and have experiences to new things. It gives a pathway to try something less traditional.
If you're a very hands-on person and you like your teachers being involved, this is the class for you. It isn't just about learning, it's about doing. It gives you a competitive edge over others, and you'll stand out wherever you are.
And as I think Dr. I think Dr. Barnes noticed one of the teachers in there, Mr. Elmer Rodriguez Fuentes, is your board scholar from.
He's a board scholar.
One of your board scholars, yep.
Is he doing good?
He's doing great.
Amazing. So excited. Yeah, what are you going to tell me, right? Yeah, right.
So these are just a couple other examples of printed materials and things that will be shared on the website. These are rack cards that each of the schools has for the pathways that they offer. So it has the courses included, the possible careers, the certifications aligned with that, the earning potential, and then the career development coordinator contact at each school that offers that particular pathway. And then here is just screenshots from the website, which is not quite up yet. It should be up within the next couple weeks or so. So we'll be sure and let you know when that's live. But it will kind of outline the pathways offered at each school and all the other marketing materials that you saw. That's it.
So, Mr. Perry, you had a question?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I had a couple of related questions. Do we have any data as far as graduates that do concentrate on one particular area in CTE, say 5 years later? Are they still in that career or have they switched?
That's difficult data to gather. We do a concentrator follow-up survey, but it's done December of the year after they graduate. So that's really the data point that we have is where they are that, I guess, semester after they graduate.
And the other question that's kind of related, which is how much before you have these different concentration areas, and then they all sound good, how much somewhere in there do all students get at least a little bit of exposure to each one of them that will make up their minds on which one they might like to be in?
As far as the career pathways when they enter high school?
Yes.
Yes, so most of our middle school, or all of our middle schools have CTE classes where they can do some career exploration. Sixth grade especially does kind of a wheel, and they are exposed to a lot of them. And then we have the Paxton Patterson Career Exploration Labs, which is module-based, where they get to experience different careers.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Bradford?
Just a couple questions I'm curious about. So that 8 slides back, it's entitled Work-Based Learning Pathway. And I can see that business has gone crazy with internships. That went way, well. But some of them, the others fell off, like manufacturing. So is there like a shift in what internships, what students want, or is it that you don't have the offer?
I think the main reason those first two are so high is because a lot of those are tech interns and they're on campus. So they're very easily accessible. Some of the areas like construction and manufacturing, they don't allow students on their floor till they're 18, so that limits some things. But that's kind of the reason for our rebranding. We want to let businesses know, that they can have students. If students can't necessarily come on their floor, they could do maybe a related project, or they could still be involved in the business. And also that we have, one of the barriers usually is insurance, and we provide work-based learning insurance for all of our students, so a lot of companies don't know that. So it's more like getting in front of them face-to-face and just kind of pitching it to them.
This last year, we added agriculture. How does that work? They go out to a farm?
Yeah, so they're either at a greenhouse. It could be anything related to agriculture. I'm not sure where those particular students went, but.
Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you. I want to highlight, you gave us a lot of great information, but the whole purpose of this rebranding is to highlight the benefits that CTE brings. You said that CTE can get college credit in high school, and we're working on that alignment with CFCC. We have a wonderful partnership with them. This was the 3rd year that this district had a career fair. I remember being in conversations of finding places to rent and happened to come across an amazing contact at CFCC, and offering that partnership to allow a free career fair every year. And I go every year, and my colleague to my far left might be jealous in the first picture because I have the coveted glasses that were passed out by the firefighters, just one of them this year. But the kids were so excited because when we first got there, when talking to them about opportunities, I said, can we take a picture? And they were like, let's jump in. And so they were like, they wanted to come take a picture with me and Mr. Wildeboer. You guys were just great sports. They are so excited for what the program can bring. And I'm going to highlight these pathways that we offer, because what we talk to them about is the money that they can make. And when you talk about resonating with a kid, when they realize that they can make good money right after graduation of high school, they're like, sign me up for this job. So I love to see the graduation rates are higher in our CTE program, because this is what keeps kids in school. It's giving them worth and value, and for something, a job that they can immediately get into in the industry and being responsive to the needs of our community. So awesome, hats off to you. And you didn't mention who is our first core partner, because we have one. You let it slip with us as in the advisory council, but you should share with the board too.
Yes, the endowment itself has agreed to be our first core partner.
Yeah, so that's awesome.
Excellent.
So we're going to keep working on that, but all the feedback from the business industry and community is they want to work and find ways that they can incorporate our students, because they see the value in developing the next workforce. And so just continue those relationship buildings. And I'm going to give a shout out to Shannon, of that workforce coordinator, and continue to build those, because that's a game changer for our students. So thank you for all the work you've done, Ms. Mills.
Thank you.
Any other board members? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up, local oral history. Dr. DeWalt.
Thank you for having me here tonight. So I am going to give you all a little bit of an update of how we've been incorporating local New Hanover County history into our curriculum. I'm going to kind of start with the how of our social studies standards. Sorry. There we go. The how of our social studies standards, and a little bit of how the curriculum is built. We'll talk about the importance of local history in our state standards, and the incorporation, some examples of how we've incorporated it, and then I'm going to end with some great student examples that we have right from our own kiddos. So our let's see. The Department of Instruction for North Carolina updated our standards in 2021. So when they made that shift, the shift in social studies standards really changed to being skills and inquiry based as opposed to rote memorization of dates and places and people. And so part of that, the way we then build our social studies curriculum is the state provides unpacking documents first of what are the skills that our students need to learn. At the district level, which is sort of that middle part of the pyramid there, we then provide the pacing, the overarching units, and sort of lay out what teachers might cover within those topics. And then teachers have the autonomy to have teacher-created materials where they are determining sort of within a set of bounds what content are they studying to teach the particular skills that we have laid out across the pace of either the school year or the semester if it's a high school level class. And so throughout all of that process, we have a lot of local history. This slide has a lot of words on it, but really the idea behind it is that we don't just teach local history because we care about it personally, we teach it because we are required to teach it as part of the state standard. So local history is written out in 3rd, 4th, 5th grade, 8th grade, as well as some of our high school classes. And that includes everything from early colonialization, studying Blackbeard and the pirates of the Cape Fear region is a student favorite, Moores Creek Bridge, establishments of Seabreeze and Freeman Park, Freeman Beach, Shell Island, the Wilmington 10, the battleship. Those are all examples of things that are either written into our standards or that we have provided in our curriculum documents where the state has identified that we must teach a local historical event there. And so this sort of just goes through what that looks like at elementary, middle, and high school. So really at the elementary, we're really focused on partnerships. We partner with the Cape Fear Museum, the Historic Wilmington Foundation, Thalian Hall, the Bergwin Wright House, and they do a lot of their local history through field trips and hands-on experiences. Then when you get to middle and high school, we focus more on analyzing and investigating the primary source documents of our local history. Our high school students engage in some case studies, and we analyze and again use those skills that are part of the standard to look at local historical events, local people in our history, and patterns of history in the Cape Fear region. And this is really what it looks like for teachers. So the teachers end up with a document. This is sort of that layer 2 of the pyramid. So they end up with a list of choices that they can then curate for their autonomy of the lessons that they choose to create. Everything we have in these local history, locally created units, and all the local history we have there is vetted, it's historically accurate, it is information from appropriate sources, and it is co-created with teachers. In fact, this summer we have a group of teachers that will be looking at and continuing to update since it's been quite a few years since these standards came to be. So it's a living document, I would say. As teachers create new things, items get added as well. But it is not it's not a gotcha document. The teachers can use that to create what they want for their individual lessons. And so that's resulted in some students having some amazing experiences studying our local history. National History Day is a academic competition and extracurricular activity that our students can engage in. Very proud of our students. Over the past few years, we've had 30+ students participate in this competition and move on to success regionally, at the state level, and nationally. So just this past weekend, we had multiple students at Holly Shelter, Gregory, Wex, and Isaac Bear earn first, second, and third place and be promoted to our National History Day competition.
Last year, Holly Shelter was 8th in the nation, wasn't they?
Last year we had students who were invited to the National History Day, and we also had, I don't know what number they were, but Holly Shelter and Gregory both had students, the national competitions at the University of Maryland, and they were invited to then take their items to the Smithsonian and present at the Smithsonian as well.
Wow.
So we don't know yet, knock on wood, who from this year will be invited to the Smithsonian, but
That's New Hanover County Schools. Thank you.
they have fantastic projects. I'm also particularly proud, I think if you look up there, you can see this is a mix of individual projects, group projects, websites, exhibits, which are like trifold boards, like 3D, 3D experiences, documentaries. And so we really have a wealth of ways in which the students are not just learning about history, but then having an output of putting together what they've learned. I will also shout out Mr. Sean Stanek from Holly Shelter. I know that you already mentioned him, but he did also win Teacher of the Year at this competition this weekend. And then social studies also lives in conjunction or in collaboration with our language arts courses. So this is an example from CTEC. They actually did this project in their English class, but we know that humanities has a lot of crossover. And in this project, the students interviewed elders in their community, members from their church, their grandparents, people that they know in their community and neighborhood, and put together videos and websites to continue that oral history tradition and to share their interviews and what they learned from the people whose history they want to continue to preserve. So really proud of all of our students, and that's just kind of a snippet of what we're doing in social studies to honor our local history.
Mr. Perry.
Thank you so much. I was a history major myself, and so it always interests me. And one of the things that, and I really appreciate that we're not trying to, nobody on this school board is trying to, we want our kids to learn about some of the racial injustices that happened in the past, and we are not trying to hide those from our students. We want them to learn. I mean, actually, I just became aware maybe a year ago that this, actually, New Hanover County used to include Pender County. I didn't know that. You learn something new every day. But thank you so much for your efforts.
Absolutely.
Ms. Barnhart.
Thank you. Dr. Wall, I appreciate this presentation, and I know through conversations with my colleagues, they have made connections that we've had local historians come into our classrooms, and so I'm going to give a shout out to two of them down there. But I would love for us to support as a board to be able to have some documentaries and interviews with these awesome historians with these events. So I don't know if we've started to create like a video just database that all of our teachers can access, but because we have such rich history, I think this is an opportunity for us to engage and give access to every single teacher who might not have the connections with direct historians, but I think that's something that we can absolutely help to create so that we can continue to produce awesome, just really informed children. So thank you.
I absolutely agree with that. And I would also add if we could put the student documentaries in there, they are well-researched and award-winning. So teachers can use our student-created documentaries as well.
And I know, I saw your hand, Mr. Wildemore. In discussion, we had talked, there is access for teachers to some of these, correct? Or have we not established that yet?
They should have.
We are in the process of establishing it. Yes, and when we know that local community members are coming and doing talks at schools, we are planning to work with communications either to get that filmed or work with perhaps even our CTE students to make sure that it's filmed for future use in other classrooms.
Mr. Wildemore?
Well, I'd like to echo what my colleagues have said. I think this is outstanding. I think that this great, this National History Day state champions. I mean, so I keep it going on that. I also love the idea of maybe using technology to if we have a speaker at one, say, Rolling Rice, come in and speak, maybe we can, live stream that to Trask and somewhere, Williston or something, and have, several different groups, benefit from that. I think it'd be awesome. So, the more we can do it, the better. But I do echo what my colleagues have said, and thank you very much. This is outstanding.
Absolutely. Ms. Justice?
Yeah, I love this topic. I taught at Laney social studies all through the 90s, and one of the things that strikes me as you're talking is how much it's changed. This is one of the most rich areas you can imagine to be teaching history. From the beginning, literally, before the Revolutionary War, all the way up until today. I mean, even World War II. I mean, it's just, you went through that. But when I was teaching then, they didn't recognize the local history the way you are doing right now. And I would research on my own and bring it into the classroom. And the kids just grabbed it. They just ate it up alive because they could relate to it. They go home and talk to their grandparents about it. And then they bring the stories back. In fact, I had my kids do oral histories, and that was cool. I wish we had an archive. I'm glad that you're talking about that. Another thing, kids go walking. I did that for several years. If anybody has that interest, retired people, you guys, this is a great way to hang out with kids, talk about the local history, because from the time you hit downtown all the way to the waterfront and back, you can't stop. It's everywhere. So this is a great program. I'm so glad to see that the social studies is incorporating our local history, because it is so rich, and that really ties the kids into it.
Absolutely.
Dr. Merrick?
Thank you. Not only is our local history so important for us to know and embody and to understand the community that we live in, it's just engaging. It's hard, on scale to have experiential learning, but this is maybe as close as you come, because they can touch it, they can feel it, they can go out and into the city and the county afterwards and experience it, right? It's not just pages on a book and rote remembrance and all that. So thank you for keeping really important information alive, and thank you for making it engaging for our students.
I'll give credit where credit is due. It's the teachers who are making it engaging and bringing it alive, but I will pass along that to the teachers.
And I believe it was in the slides, but each teacher is given access to all of these resources, including there are some videos in there as well, correct?
Absolutely. So this is sort of a screenshot of a much larger document that teachers can access. This is an example from 8th grade. So it covers the Civil War, antebellum. You might be used to social studies used to be taught really chronologically, right? We learned beginning and moved your way through the timeline. We more teach thematically now, so different topics are grouped together. So within this document, each of those little boxes across cover different topics that could be taught within that unit, and then have the resources. Some of them are videos, some of them are primary source documents, some of them are history, we call them history alive text. So there's lots of different things the teacher can then use to curate, rather than having to Google or go out and search on their own information that's out there.
And if I remember correctly, there's some documentaries in there as well, correct?
There are, and we try to curate them from lots of different sources, and when we can, tie in with historical organizations, so that we're also sort of leading teachers towards resources that would be helpful for other units as well.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dwell.
You're welcome. Thank you so much.
All right. Moving forward to consensus items, I know that we had at least one that we wanted to pull to kind of get some questions answered from Ms. Sutton. So I am going to make a motion to pull C.
I'll second that.
C, which is the student accident policy. To discuss that a little bit further. Mr. Perry?
I want to see if we could take out B.
B? Okay.
Quick question, ma'am.
So then I'll make a motion to adopt A, D, E, F, and G.
I'll second that.
All right, any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 7-0. We'll just go right, starting with B. Mr. Perry, you wanted to pull B?
Yes, quick question. The Chronos software, $149,760, which is a pretty big sum. I know that's our payroll software. How long is that contract for? Is that $149,000 a year?
That contract is for a year, and that's for all of our software that we use for timekeeping, to track hours and to track leave for all of our employees across the district.
Is that rate for the number of employees that we have pretty competitive compared to other products?
When we implemented this system 3 years ago, I want to say, at that time, based on all the things that this system can do, it was competitive at that time. We've got a lot of functionality in the system where people can clock in and out. We have flags where they can clock in and out from home. If we need to work remotely, employees can access on an app all of their leave and their time, and they can improve that way. Supervisors can do that as well. So it had a lot of functionality to it that some of the other softwares didn't have. So considering all the options that are available in this software, we do believe it's still compatible, just like it was when we looked at it several years ago.
How many, what's our number of employees right now? I mean, if you divide $150,000 by 3,500 employees, that's a pretty expensive proposition.
Madam Chair, just point of question, point of inquiry, thank you. Are we on B?
I don't think so.
He's saying 150,000 and I
That's
say 108,000.
We only have one thing on B.
He's on E.
B as in baby? E.
Oh, you're on E.
Oh, E.
Oh,
Oh.
I misheard you.
We all
I thought you said B.
Yeah, we're all looking at B, that's the problem, that's what we're all up in B.
Is E what we pulled?
E was apparently what we pulled, and I misheard. My apologies.
Should we
Yeah, we
redo
have
the
to redo.
motion?
I think we should.
We should.
I make a motion that we approve A through G minus C and E. C as in Charlie, E as in Edward.
I never said
second
E. I said B.
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 So it was B, but the
B as
numbers
in
that you,
boy?
B as in baby or E as in Edward?
B as in baby is the one I wanted to pull.
but the numbers are not.
But that says 108,000.
It's got different numbers. I think that's the.
It's not there.
Ms. Barnhart, go ahead.
Then maybe that, oh, no, you're right, I'm
Where
wrong.
my colleague is referring to,
I
Chronos
was
is.
referring to E. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
okay. So there's a motion to approve A, B,
D.
D, E, F, G.
And I second it.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye, and I
Any
apologize.
opposed?
That's okay.
That passes 7-0. All right, so
I was referring to E. here,
we've covered E?
Yeah, so
Okay,
those are my concerns about
okay.
that.
Madam Chair, make a motion to adopt E.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes 7-0. The student accident policy, I know, Ms. Sutton, we had several questions about that, so if you could.
I did provide that information to the attorney for review. If
You, sir.
Did you have any concerns with that information?
Okay.
There's a long policy. If anyone has any questions, I printed it out.
It's essentially a med pay policy, that covers things like deductibles, fairly limited benefits. I want to say it's $25,000 worth of hospitalization, but you found it was secondary, right?
Yeah, it looked like it was secondary. So if the child has his own or her own insurance through Medicaid or Blue Cross Blue Shield, that'll kick in first. But this could help with co-pays and stuff like that.
Ms. Barnhart?
My question was, with this policy, I mean, looking like it gets the approval of our legal staff, we were able to have this, the savings that we had from the reevaluation stage, it was able to come in under that and still offer this student policy?
So that's where in the recommendation is, so we're still looking for about $20,000 to be able to provide that to all of our students. And so I haven't received the renewal information on the general liability policy, which I think may be less than we had estimated. So my recommendation or ask, I guess, of the board tonight would be to allow me to move forward when I receive the general liability insurance, if it is less than that estimated budget, to use that excess funds to be able to provide this additional insurance to our students. But of course, I would bring that policy back to you for your approval and everything before I move forward. But I just wanted to get the board's permission to move forward with obtaining a copy of the information for your signature, assuming that the budget was there.
Ms. Bradford and then Dr. Merrick.
I'm going to move that we adopt C and we adopt the recommendation of the CFO and we move forward with obtaining the information.
Discussion, Dr. Merrick, you had.
I was going to move the same thing, so I'm going to withdraw. Thank you.
All right. All right, Mr. Perry?
Ms. Sutton, would this student accident insurance, so I know we had some concern earlier about maybe having, what do they call them? The pets for kids who need comfort. But it's not service dogs, the next one.
Petting zoo?
No, like therapy dogs.
Emotional therapy dogs?
Yeah, and we had some concerns that, we might not have the insurance. Would this kind of insurance cover that?
I believe that's one of the things that we would need to look at. So we have a list of currently prohibited activities because of the insurance. I don't know that at this point I have enough information to answer that question, that what things would be covered or not. But we are definitely going to go through that list and determine if there's things that now since we have this covered again.
Thank you.
Mr. Wildebohr?
And we heard just a little while ago about CTE. Is this a separate thing from the CTE coverages, or would this help that?
It will cover students participating in CTE, but CTE actually has their own insurance coverage through DPI.
Okay.
That's separate from this. So this will be in addition to that.
Okay.
Oh, cool. There you go. There is a motion to approve C and follow the recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes 7-0.
I think it would cover.
I'm going to turn it over to our policy chair, Mr. Wildebohr, for policy.
Thank you. Well, we have several policies. We discussed them at the agenda review, but I think we do have in front of us a proposed amendment for one of the policies, so I would want to make a motion. 1 second, I think we need to discuss that one separately. So,
Second.
yeah, I didn't even say it. But anyway, I make a motion that we move all the policies provided except for 2450. We move them on.
Second.
And we have a second?
Discussion,
Yes, second.
Dr. Merrick?
Yeah, I'd like to pull 1720, 4030, 7235,
Sit down.
4150, 5240, 7360, 8225, 9120, and 9125.
Can you repeat those again?
Chair, could we just get what we're not going to approve?
What remains, Dr. Merrick?
Well, let's go back to the list. 2450 is separate. 3540 is not being pulled. 4303 is not being pulled. I think that's it.
Okay. So I will make a motion to approve 3540 and 4303. All those, discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Those pass 7-0. All right. The first one is 1720, 4030, 7235, Title IX, non-discrimination on basis of sex. Dr. Merrick, since you pulled it?
Yeah, so this is a change to a policy that prevents discrimination. The revision to the policy recommends removing sexual orientation from the classes of people that we would protect. Title IX considers discrimination based on sexual orientation to be discrimination based on sex. So why do we feel it necessary to remove the term sexual orientation from this policy? It sends a clear anti-LGBTQ message to the 10% of our students who identify as such. To me, it feels cruel and it appears politically motivated, and I recommend sending this back to policy to include sexual orientation.
Ms. Barnhart, then Ms. Justice?
Madam Chairwoman, if I recall from our last month's discussion, and I'd like to ask legal counsel, if you might allow me, but by definition of sex, can you please tell me what is included in that definition by law?
Mr. Blanchard?
Now, at least in our circuit, sex also includes, for this purpose anyway, under Title IX, includes sexual orientation.
That's my understanding as
So-
well. So we are indeed not excluding that from policy. It is just already defined in sex by the law that includes that. So
Right, I mean, you're tracking the language of the statute if you just say sex. And that was the thing I was trying to get across last time, that you're kind of overcorrecting on the other side of the road when you throw the word biological in front of sex.
But that's
instead
not the
of leaving
recommendation here tonight. The recommendation is to have
Leave it at
sex
sex.
in the policy,
Like-
which is defined and not excluding, like my colleague is alluding to.
Right. That
It's
doesn't-
defined by law.
that-
Sex is defined by law that we are going to uphold.
Exactly. I think
Thank
you're hitting it there. If you leave it at sex, then it's inclusive enough of all of the bases that the court would include in their view of sex. Even though we may have a different view of it as lay people, you know, that tracking the language of the statute is always going to be a safe way to go.
Then I make a substitute motion to adopt this policy tonight.
Second.
All right. Discussion. Ms. Justice, you had your hand raised.
Well, I think
This is on the substitute motion.
Can you, point of order, can you repeat the motion? I didn't hear it.
To adopt it as written. To adopt the policy as written.
with the clear understanding that sexual orientation is included in that definition according to state statute or federal statute. Okay.
All right. And Dr. Merrick?
That was in.
Yeah, so I get it, right? Mr. Perry at one point said, why do we even have all these different things? Why don't we just say we don't discriminate, period? And that's a fair statement. But if we have it in our policy, sexual orientation, and then we take it out, it sends a certain message. And I don't know why. I don't know why we would want to tell our families, our parents, our students, and our community that we don't want to include the term sexual orientation.
And Ms. Justice?
Sadly, I think I went through this when we were doing policy. It is a lot to do with terminology and community perception. And if there was a different, I don't know. This is very sad because there's kids right now, adults in our community, in our schools, that are feeling so excluded and targets. And that hurts them. It's not just 10% of the population. It's their brothers, their sisters, their aunts, their uncles, their parents, their friends. So many of our kids, this is such a different generation. They are so much more educated about reality. And so many of them, of our young people, really feel like they might be the ones attacked if you remove the word sexual orientation. I can see that legally you can say it's okay, but we are doing this as a board, intentionally removing it, and that's going to make a statement to our community.
Mr. Perry?
Yes. So I think there's a difference between when my colleague to the far left says, you know, we're taking it out, or that this is a Title IX. This regards to this. If we have religion or race or anything else in here, it doesn't belong in here. Title IX is about sex. That's what it's about. Of course, we don't want to discriminate on any basis, but it doesn't need to be in our Title IX policy, because it's not a Title IX problem if somebody violates this. It should be in our bullying and harassment policy. We can talk about that. So.
Very briefly, then I question, if we're going to take out sexual orientation because it's sex, then why do we include pregnancy or childbirth or parenting status, right? Because those are all also listed under Title IX. We wouldn't have to have all of those words in there. The fact that we leave some words in and take others out shows a very clear bias. And, you know, I know I'm not going to win the vote, but I need to say it.
All right. There is a Ms. Barnhart.
I am happy to go again to legal counsel. And if those words need to be taken out because it's already covered under sex, I am fine with that as well. Because the reality is we are here to align policy to state statute. That is what this is doing. This is not allowing for discrimination that my colleague alluded to earlier. This is not allowing for this to happen. This is simply having our policy be in alignment with state statute. So if, and under the statute definition, if we need to remove other words, that's fine. But I would have to resort to legal counsel, and I have to imagine that this discussion happened in the policy committee, and that's why it's being brought forth as consensus. However, I'd love to hear from the attorneys again.
Mr. Blanchard?
I hope we're all on the same page about this. My suggestion was just to leave the language in it at sex. So, for example, across the top, I would suggest that it read Title IX non-discrimination on the basis of sex, and then the first sentence, the school system does not discriminate on the basis of sex. And, you know, further down, the board will not tolerate discrimination on the basis of sex. Part of that is that ambiguity. You can go home and disagree if you want to about what sex means, but then our policy would match what the statute says. So if somebody were to come and challenge it later, we could say, hey, our policy tracks word for word the way the statute says this. And, you know, whether you read that to include sexual orientation or being non-binary or any of those things, you know, that's up to you. But we track what the statute says. We're not adding from it. We're not taking away from it. You know, we're granted, that's also the compromise that makes everyone equally unhappy. But you know, I think it's one that's loyal to the law on it, the statute.
Madam Chair, a call to question.
All right. So there is a call to end discussion on this, and that requires a supermajority. Ms. Bowie, will you call the roll?
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Dr. Meary?
No.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Justice?
No.
And Mr. Perry?
Yes.
All right, that passes. And now there is a motion on the table that we are to vote on.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Can you turn your microphone?
I don't need to if you're going to say no. Can I ask a clarifying question? Yeah. Gentlemen, the creation of policy is at the board level. The operationalizing of policy is the superintendent, correct? If you tell me that the statute says that sex includes all of those things in it, then my operationalizing of this policy would be where that lies, correct?
Yes. And I would tell you to comply with what the Fourth Circuit says for right now. If you called me 15 minutes from now with that question, I'd say, well, where we stand now is you got to do this because we get sued if you don't. Now, it may change down the road.
But I'm not
very
saying I'm going
soon.
to drive off into the sunset on my own, but operationalizing that includes those questions right there.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so there is a motion, a substitute motion to approve as written. Ms. Bowie, please call the roll.
Mr. Perry?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
No.
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Aye.
Dr. Merrick?
No.
And Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
That passes 5-2. Madam Vice Chair, where are we on time? Because we did only allot 20 minutes, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 policies. So I guess moving down, 2450 was pulled. I believe, Mr. Wildebohr, that was you that pulled that?
Well, I did, and I don't know who to give the credit to, whether it be our attorneys or Mr. Perry, but it says Mr. Perry on it, so I'll give Mr. Perry the credit here. We had passed in policy to change the wording for 2450 to supermajority. This proposed amendment here by Mr. Perry, I also received it from our attorneys, changes it slightly to except for the temporary suspension of procedural rules governing the conduct of board meeting as described in policy 2340, and Robert's Rules of Order shall require a 2/3 majority vote. So that's what we have, correct? Can I ask?
Yeah, go ahead.
If I could, that was Board Member Perry and I had spoke, and I think that came up at the policy meeting. We were discussing that language, or was it last meeting?
That was policy.
In any event, and just as an aside, that's probably consistent with Robert's rules. My understanding is, as they stand right now, but, so I don't know that it's changing the substance of anything, but.
Mr. Perry?
Yeah, I think that the thing that this does is make it very clear that the majority, the majority can't change, Robert's rules or parliamentary procedure except with a supermajority vote. And not that anybody was really trying to do that, but it protects us for us and for the future. And for normal things, we can suspend stuff by a majority vote. So I think it only really tells us what we should be doing anyway.
Ms. Justice?
Well, I've been on the board previously, so I've been on here for a while, seen a lot of abuse of this, and I think it's to be representative of the community. Instead of just having a simple majority, I think that you'd have to be more responsible to decision-making if you have a supermajority. Because it shouldn't just be, I hate to put it this way, a clique or a political party or somebody's, friendship. Not that I would be that necessarily, but I've seen it happen. And this way it's more, representing what the community would like instead of just some kind of other factor that would cause things to change, very unrepresentative of what's going on in the community.
Dr. Merrick?
I move to accept the revisions to 2450 as Mr. Perry has outlined with the help of our attorneys.
I'll second it.
Ms. Bradford? There was a second.
I'm really concerned over this. This is a solution when we don't have a problem. If there has been a time in the past where this policy was adopted October 6, 2020, under the cover of COVID, and I have not seen it invoked 2450 in all of this time. So if someone has specific examples of dates and times, I would like to see that. But the thing is, I don't recognize that we have a problem. So it's a solution without identifying the problem, and it makes me very leery. Robert's Rules of Order, sets out this really well, and I don't know why we're spending our time to amend a policy that we're not using. it's a distraction from, educating the children, and I'm concerned about that. If you guys want to pass it, I'd like to know first, how many policies in our vast policy manual will this affect? Because we're just kind of knee-jerking this thing, and it almost feels like that this is a kneecapping of the majority, and we were elected to be on this board and be a majority. That's how the election fell. So there's some things here that don't line up for me, so I will vote no.
Was there clarity that you were seeking from the attorneys as far as that goes?
Well, do you know of a time where we've invoked this policy?
I don't, and your point, and I think the concern that was expressed to me at the last meeting, as I heard it, was what you wanted to do was keep in force the, when we talked about suspending policies, keep in force all the substantive policies, the things that happen out of the meeting, and just to clarify that a supermajority was required for those procedural things that takes place in the meeting, the conduct of the meeting, the Roberts Rules type things. It wasn't, and I hope that answers your question, that we were trying to make it clear the question about the supermajority, and you're right, it does track what Robert's Rules says now, to be honest with you. And one of the other board members had pointed that out as well before our meeting today. But we were trying to avoid a situation where we would be amending this policy to require a supermajority, say, to change your school assignment policy or something like that. And I was trying to avoid that ambiguity, if that makes sense.
Do you know how many policies in our policy manual this change that Member Perry brought up?
I think
would change?
essentially 2340 is, my belief is this really just touches on 2340, which deals with the conduct of the meeting.
Madam Chair, I would move a substitute motion that we keep policy 2450 the way it was written.
Okay, is there?
We have a motion on the board.
It's a substitute motion.
What now?
Ms. Barnhart is seconding that we keep it, you said, keep it as originally written.
Don't we, is that modifying? Didn't we already have a motion on it?
It's a substitute motion, which we just did not too long ago for one of the other policies. So, Dr. Merrick, and just
Brief.
we have very little time and multiple policies to cover, so.
For information's sake, one of the policies that I'm pulling, I just need to make a comment about and leave it go, and two of the others can go together, so that should make us feel a tiny bit better. But in terms of right now, my colleague to the left says how many times we've actually even used this policy. If you go back and watch the YouTubes, you'll see me saying to the board, if you want to do it this way, you must invoke this policy. Now, the reason it's not been invoked is because you just ran roughshod over policies altogether, and you never even bothered following policy to begin with. So, we haven't invoked it because we didn't care. And the reason that I suggested this...
You don't get to question motivation. We care. Thank you.
Well, thank you. It doesn't appear to be that way.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Appearances.
Maintaining decorum in discussion is imperative to the functionality of this.
There was a point of order, and I will take that as well received, so if you could please finish up.
Yeah. So the reason that this is important is because a small majority can choose to ignore rules and choose not to follow policy, and one wonders why we even have policies if we're not going to follow them. So requiring a supermajority to keep us honest and to keep us actually using our policy manual is imperative, and therefore I will not be voting for the substitute motion on board.
We are at time for the entirety of the policies. And so we have a substitute motion on the table to accept 2450 as it was originally adopted back in 2020. So, Ms. Bowie, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Perry?
Nay.
Ms. Justice?
No.
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Dr. Merrick?
No?
And Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Okay, that passes 4-3. We are at time for policy.
Motion to extend 10 minutes?
We also have a closed session and a budget resolution that we do need to cover, so.
It hasn't been seconded, so I don't need me to second. Okay, so I make a motion that we we leave the others until next meeting and table them. Table them, that's the word.
Table.
We table the others
Okay, so we're
Table them to a
tabling,
definite time the next meeting.
next meeting.
okay. So we are tabling policy 4150, 7360, 8/8225, 5240, 8220, 9120, and 9125 until the next board meeting. And we have a second for that. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nope.
That passes 6-1.
Madam Chair, can I change my vote? I vote no, too.
5-2.
Sorry, Pete.
Moving forward, we have the initial budget resolution fiscal year 2025, 2026. Ms. Sutton.
You got new ones.
Thank you.
I was going to use my old ones. Tree killer.
Sir.
Good evening, everyone.
It's not wet.
I'm providing, these are the same documents that I provided at the agenda review. I just wanted to make sure everyone had copies as we were talking through, in case you needed to refer back to those documents. I do need to make a correction. During agenda review, I said that the 42 school specialist positions were not included in this budget resolution, and that was incorrect. They are included in this budget resolution. However, I've included them under the county appropriation. Sorry, can you hear me? I've included them under the county appropriation, and so I wanted to provide clarity that if the county does not provide the funding for those positions, we have, as you know, we have submitted something to the endowment requesting that. If the endowment funds that, then I would bring back a budget amendment, moving the revenue source related to those positions. If for some reason we don't receive funding from either of those sources, then I would bring back a budget amendment reducing our revenue. So I just wanted to provide clarity on that because I misspoke during agenda review, so I wanted to make that clear. I did, however, add a note to the third page of the document that has the note in there about the funding sources are included and that we've submitted something to the endowment. So just what I went over with you, I have a note there saying that as part of the resolution, just for our information, referring back. So I hope that met, I think that's what the board was looking for. So I've included that information. The second document that I have behind the budget resolution provides the coding, because I know from time to time we'll have questions about what does regular instruction mean versus what does support and development mean. And so I provided that information there. So just to go through the document, to make sure that we understand the format of it so that it's not confusing. Across the top, we have column headings that's providing our different funds. So when we prepare our budget and as we're tracking our expenses, we use funds to be able to do that. And so across the top, you'll see state public school fund, local current expense fund, federal grant fund, other restricted revenue fund, capital outlay fund, and enterprise fund, which is child nutrition. And then we have a total off to the far right. As you're going down through the rows, on the left-hand side, you'll see our different purpose functions. And so this is how we track our expenses, and this is a high level, but we are tracking under instructional services, those 6 different categories there. So instructional service is direct interaction between staff and students. And then the next section, system-wide support, is support services for staff and students. And so I wanted to provide that additional information as well to know the difference between those two sections, because sometimes the wording is very similar. And so as you'll go through, you can see that we've got regular instruction as your first row. And if you want to go to the document that was provided with purpose codes, it shows the activities there, cost of activities that provide students in grades K-12 with learning experiences to prepare them for activities as workers, citizens, and family members. And I don't know if it's helpful for me to go through and read those definitions to you, and I'm willing to do that as we go through, or if you've already looked at that. I don't want to waste time, but I want to make sure I'm providing what you need.
I just want to make sure that none of this will be touching our fund balance. Is that correct?
That's a very good point. That is correct. So if you go to page 2 of the document, so the top part of this report shows the expenditures that are being budgeted, and then that second section is the bottom of page 2, shows the revenue sources, and you can see that third line is fund balance appropriation, and under local current expense, there's a 0 there. Now, you do see a number under other restricted revenue fund. Remember, the other restricted revenue fund are our grants. And so any grants that we've received, that we've already received funding for, that's going to roll over. And so that's what you're seeing there. And that's the only fund balance that we have in this budget.
Thank you.
So clarifying question. So it's the fund balance of the grant restricted funds?
It is.
Okay, thank you.
And so as you can see, this total budget, initial budget resolution is for $365,596,523. And it is a balanced budget recommended for your approval. Be glad to answer any questions you have.
Ms. Bradford?
Ms. Sutton, it might be really helpful if you take the very last line, total revenue, and just walk us through those eight totals right there, just to help us imprint in our minds so that we know we've got a almost a $366 million budget. Of that, 14.7 is federal funds. Basically $80 million comes locally, and the state gives us 189. So if you'll just walk us across that one right there.
Okay, so the total revenue, the first column, state public school funds, and so that is our funding that we receive through DPI. It's $188,627,878. Our local current expense, as you can see from the chart, that is coming from our New Hanover County appropriation, along with fines and forfeitures that we are expecting to receive in the upcoming year, is $107,749,772. We have federal grant funding. This is also received through DPI, so we receive that funding from DPI. It's $14.7 million. Our other restricted revenue funds, as we just spoke to, is related to our grants and any indirect costs also that's charged for administering grants, is $17.3 million. Our capital outlay fund, this includes a total request that we asked of the county, so it's the $22.6 million. So that includes our lottery capital along with the county appropriation request. And that's similar to the 42 school specialists. If we don't receive all of that capital funding, I will bring back a budget amendment to reduce that down to what it actually gets approved. The enterprise fund is our child nutrition fund, is 14.5 million, and that gives us our total 365.6 million approximately.
Mr. Perry?
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the initial budget resolution for the fiscal year 25-26.
Any further discussion? Gary? Really?
Yeah. I want to make sure the board understands that both our capital requests that we brought to you folks and those 42 specialist positions are not wants, those are needs. And we're pursuing the endowment. We're also in conversation with, obviously, our county commissioners. Would ask for your guys' support, of course, in helping pursue that money with the endowment, with the understanding, again, that these are positions that we feel like the state allotment formula should be funding, that this is a short-term effort to get data to prove our need to the state. However, we don't see those as optional. We think those are critical needs in our schools. So I just want to make sure I reiterate that.
So there's a motion to adopt this. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right. We have no new business, so I will entertain a motion to go into closed session pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11C for the following purposes: to prevent the disclosure of information that is privileged or confidential pursuant to General Statute 115C-402 and not considered a public record within the meaning of Chapter 132 of the General Statutes, to prevent the disclosure of student records rendered confidential under the Family Educational Rights, to consult with an attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the board, and to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment, or conditions of initial employment of an individual employed or considered for employment with the school system, or to hear or investigate a complaint, charge, or grievance by or against any individual employee.
So moved.
Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? We are in closed. 1, 2, 3, 4. We are back in open. I will entertain a motion to approve the personnel report.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Third.
Okay, all those in favor of approving the personnel report signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes 7-0. Correspondence, announcements. The Finance, Capital, and Bond Committee will meet on Thursday, May 8th at 12:30 here at the BOE. The meeting is open to the public. Policy Committee will meet on Tuesday, May 13th at 10 a.m. here at the Board of Ed Center. General public will have the option to view remotely on YouTube. Members of the Board of Education will participate in the CTEC commencement ceremony on Thursday, May 15th, 2025 at 3 p.m. The Wilson Center on the campus of Cape Fear Community College. Members of the Board of Education will participate in the Wilmington Early College High School commencement ceremony on Thursday, May 15th, 2025 at 7 p.m. at the Wilson Center on the campus of Cape Fear Community College. And members of the Board of Education will participate in the Isaac Bear Early College High School commencement ceremony on Friday, May 16th, 2025 at 6 p.m. Keenan Auditorium on the campus of UNC Wilmington. I can read. And I will be sending out those assignments in the next 24 hours. So the Board of Education will hold an agenda review meeting on Tuesday, May 27th at 2 p.m. here at the Board of Ed Center. General public will have the option to view remotely on YouTube, and the Board of Ed will hold the May regular board meeting on Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025 at 5.
June.
Did I say, what did I? Oh, my Lanta. On Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025 at 5 p.m. at the Board of Ed Center. General public will have the option to view remotely on YouTube. I will entertain a motion to adjourn. All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nope.
We are adjourned.